And we're live here at the station of decapitation without your head. I'm Nasty Neal.
That would make me terrible, Troy.
And I believe Annabelle will be joining us here momentarily. And we're joined by the returning Miles Doleac, filmmaker, actor, all kinds of cool stuff. It's good to have you back.
Good to be here, gentlemen. Thank you for having me.
And it was so when I went to see Renfield for the first time, I actually did not know you were in it. So when you popped up at the beginning, I was very happy. I was like, "Oh, I know him. He's a cool guy. He's been on the show a couple times." And that was very wild.
Yeah, had a lot of fun with that gig. Some really cool people on that show. The Knicks, right? Cage and Holt, and Chris McKay, who is just doing some wonderful things of late. And you know, anytime you get to play a vampire hunter and wield a crossbow, that's good stuff, right?
Yeah, I think that's always been my motto.
I don't think you can beat that. Yeah.
So when it came up, did you have an audition?
I did. I landed the role the old-fashioned way. I read for it, and got the call. Really excited to be a part of that show. I was actually at the table read for the show, sitting right next to Aquafina, who was a real riot. I was not only reading my role, but reading several other roles that had not been cast at that point. And it was very cool. Nick Holt, who's just a lovely human, came around and introduced himself to everyone at the table he had not already met, with his invincible British sense of humor. And there was still a little bit of workshopping going on with the script, so I got to listen in on a discussion between Nick Cage and Chris McKay at the end of that read about some things that they were planning to tweak. So very cool experience.
Yeah. Now, was there more of a backstory for your character at all, or anything like you thought of?
Yes. So there was actually more shot of my character and my team of hunters. As I think the original vision was that the prologue would be longer and there would be more coverage of this team of vampire hunters hunting down Dracula across the centuries or across the years, because we were not immortals, but we did shoot a version of us when we were younger, plotting our trap for Dracula. So I think the idea was there was just going to be more to that opening sequence, and it just wound up on the cutting room floor. It was cool stuff, but I think there was a real desire to keep this film lean and mean. It clocks in at a snappy 93 minutes. Didn't ultimately make the cut, but we still had fun doing it.
Yeah, no, I would like to see that if they'd ever put out an extended cut.
Yeah, I would imagine there's something like that in the works. I mean, we did all the CG, we got in the box with all the cameras, and there was some talk at some point with about maybe superimposing our heads on famous films. And I think they do this with Cage and Holt on the Bela Lugosi Dracula, right?
Yeah, either they did or they recreated it very well.
Right. So I think there was a notion to do more of that kind of thing with the vampire hunters and going after Dracula.
But I will say, though, I do like the when you said it's a good runtime, because I mean I love a lot of really long movies, but not every movie needs to be long.
Right.
And there is a trend when I go to the movies, like everything has to be like 3 hours, and I'm like, this didn't really need to be 3 hours.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm not someone who's against the 3 hour movie. It needs to warrant the 3 hour.
Yeah, ideally, every movie should want you, leave you longing for more. I think.
Absolutely, 100%. Right.
Yeah, and I didn't know at the time either that William Ragsdale played the priest, your partner in it, which
that's
another former guest, but he's totally disguised.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he really is. He got an excellent death, right, with Dracula turning to vapor and going into his mouth and blowing him up. I mean, that was really cool. And watching the effects team make that happen was really neat. Of course, because they actually blew up a mock-up of him. They did a cast of his face and put it on a mannequin type body and then blew it up. So that was neat.
Yeah. So have you done a lot of like effects heavy movies before?
A bit here and there. I actually, some of the first sizable roles I did were sci-fi originals from back in the day. Those old sci-fi movies, you'd see on Sci-Fi Channel late at night. I did one called Miami Magma, which I think then became Swamp Volcano. About, of course, a volcano that erupts and subsumes the city of Miami, and all the machinations and the evil corporation that didn't tell anybody about it, and let it happen. And then I did another one called Weather Wars, where this former government scientist played by Stacy Keach.
I've seen that
yeah,
one.
Yeah, filched some sort of weapon where he could manipulate the weather. So all those films had some visual effects element to them, sort of on a budget visual effects, but there was still some of that kind of work to be done. And then I've done some larger shows that had some measure of either practical or visual effects, including Watchmen, Legacies. I was in Magnificent Seven. I did a recurring role on a CW series called Containment, about a viral outbreak eerily similar to what we recently have been through. So all of that had its share of either gore effects or CGI work or gunplay, this and that.
Yeah, the sci-fi stuff that's really it's almost like its own subgenre of film. The sci-fi.
It's so true.
Yeah.
And so I just wonder, what kind of direction are you given when you're an actor in those? Because to me, it's funnier if the actors play it very straight.
Yeah, I mean, I was basically the direction in that that I was given in those movies was just do your thing.
Yeah.
Do your thing. And I was in one of them. I had the great fortune to work opposite the wonderful Brad Dourif. Has Brad been on this show?
No.
He should be.
Oh, yeah.
And so doing my thing alongside Brad was very easy because he was just hamming it up and I was just playing off of him. I mean, I think they actually, believe it or not, on those types of movies, spend a lot of time thinking about casting and the sort of energy and persona of the actors they cast, because there's not a lot of time or energy that can be spent on deep diving, character study type stuff, So we on those movies, they just kind of cut us loose and let us play.
Well, that sounds like fun, though.
Yeah.
So did you watch any like former? Maybe I'm not supposed to say Van Helsing, but did you watch any like former Van Helsing characters or different movies with him for your portrayal?
Well, I had seen a bunch of those movies, and of course, I had seen Anthony Hopkins' performance in the Coppola Dracula, which is kind of, I actually watched that again fairly recently. It's better than I remember. I mean, it's actually quite good at times.
That's it.
I mean, Gary Oldman as Dracula is, it's pretty impressive.
There's a lot of really cool camera things in the movie, like a lot of weird dissolves and stuff that are like. So if like for like a movie buff, there's a lot of cool things in the movie too.
Right. Coppola's pulling out some of his old tricks, and so I knew that movie. I had seen the Hugh Jackman movie, which is not even right. It's similar to what we're talking about here exactly. But no offense to Hugh, he's wonderful. But I didn't really I didn't really deep dive a lot of the older stuff in preparation.
Yeah.
because I think also Chris wanted to bring sort of a fresh take. He wanted to respect the lore, obviously. I mean, that's what the prologue is doing. It's tipping its hat to what came before, but at the same time to bring something new and unique and weird to the proceeding.
And it definitely is. It's very odd. And I'm not even like a big action movie guy.
Mhm.
And so when I went, I was like, oh, this seems a lot more action than I was expecting. But the gore is so over the top and very fun. It really works.
It really is. I mean, the gore is so much fun and so much. He's ripping off Nick Holt rips off somebody's arm and then impales them with it. I mean, stuff like that. It's wacky and stupid and crazy and wonderful and you can tell. Most importantly, I think that the filmmakers and the performers themselves they're totally bought in and having a great time doing what they're doing.
So I see the Hollow poster behind you, and the first time I talked to you was when Hollow came out. That was your second feature film, and you've been very busy since then, directing a lot of films.
I have indeed. We are closing in on the finish of our 7th feature now, which I hope is the weirdest one yet. It's a musical about a woman who is in a troubled marriage and falls for a former Hollywood heartthrob who's sort of down on his luck, all the while hallucinating that she's the front woman in an 80s new wave band. So we wrote 10 original songs for it, sort of in the spirit of New Order, Susie and the Banshees, Duran Duran, The Cure, this sort of thing. And we shot these crazy music videos in this sort of nebulous, magical, realist void world. So it's a lot of fun. It's called Open. So look for it to be out hopefully later this year.
Nice. That's very exciting. And,
looking forward to that.
Yeah, even though it's a horror show, and I don't want people to take my horror card, but I am a big fan of musicals. And I like all kinds of movies.
Well, this is a bonkers musical, and it has some sort of quasi horror elements to it. I mean, I've been playing in the horror sandbox long enough that it's sort of it informs a little bit of everything I do nowadays.
All right, yeah. The first musical I went to as a kid was Little Shop of Horrors. So.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, nice.
I've directed the Rocky Horror Show and loved that musical, and there's a little bit of homage to that in this one as well.
Very nice.
So what kind of movies made you want to make movies? Because you are into a lot of different things. You're a lot of horror stuff. Hollow's more like I don't know how you explain them, maybe like a modern noir or something.
Yeah,
there's a lot of different things.
Yeah, I call the Hollow Southern noir.
Okay,
deep South gritty noir. But I mean, my answer is kind of boring, really. I mean, the movies that made me want to make movies were Raiders of the Lost Ark, Jaws, E.T. I was a huge Spielberg junkie growing up. I mean, Raiders is the first film I can remember seeing in the theater, and it just changed my world. I was totally transfixed and bought in and infected from the get, with that. So it really was. It was those big budget, Hollywood tentpole movies that drew me in. And then when I was in college, I went to drama school and I became a little more film literate, and I discovered the art house. I fell in love with the films of Richard Linklater, especially the Before films. I saw Before Sunrise when I was in school, which is a film that has become supremely important to me, that entire trilogy. The first really like nasty, disturbing thing I think that struck me was Seven, the David Fincher film. And after that, I started exploring more of that sort of darker stuff. I guess I loved Blade Runner. I saw Blade Runner early, and that's weird and dystopian and gritty and alien, So there was that that sort of sci-fi dark dystopian quasi horror thing. I mean, Alien is horror. Jaws is horror, right?
Yeah. It is something that people like to fight about online, which I never really understand, like arguing over the genre. Like, do you like it less if Jaws is or Alien is sci-fi or if it's horror? I don't really understand what why does it really matter at the end of the day?
Right.
But really, Alien to me, really, I mean, that's just straight up a horror movie that just happens to be on a spaceship.
Oh, yeah.
I totally agree. I mean, I mean, Jaws is maybe a little more character driven, but I mean, I don't know. I would characterize them both as, well, first, they're just both excellent movies.
Right.
Yeah. You had good taste even as a young man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I was going to say that too, though. I think a lot of now and it's not always true, but I think now when people think of the big Hollywood blockbuster, think of something like really like just kind of a dumb movie with a lot of explosions. But there used to be like legit good movies, like Raiders of the Lost Ark and E.T. and Star Wars. I guess that's before like that was a term, but.
Well, I mean, I saw the re-release of E.T. in IMAX several months ago, and I mean, it's a great film. I mean, it's just it's so heartwarming and beautiful and inspirational, and I mean, it's a great movie. It holds up. You know, I recently showed my kids Close Encounters of the Third Kind in my directing class, and some of them had never seen that movie, never heard of that movie. And some of them came out of that class being like, that was the best film. That was my favorite film that we screened. So I think now I agree with you. I think that the sort of mainstream Hollywood fare used to come with a certain measure of quality and pedigree. And now we're just expecting stupid action explosions.
Right.
So
which tend to be the movies I'm not really big on. But what were you saying, Troy? Sorry.
I was going to say, we'll have to see, like, 30 years down the road if, like, people remember the Fast and the Furious Part 94.
I've actually never
that was
seen
one of my
them.
all-time favorite movies. Like,
and I'm not trying to be cool, say I've never seen them to be cool, but I just never see them. But every time I see a trailer, it's so weird because I thought the first one, like, they were just like racing in the streets, and now there's like they're shooting like helicopters out of the sky, and I don't know what the hell's going on. Yeah.
There are cars hanging from helicopters. They have jet packs off the back of them. It's crazy stuff.
Yeah, which I'll be honest, sometimes I think maybe I should watch all these, but there are 10 of them. So.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, God bless they've been able to make 10 of those movies. You know, I mean, God bless them. I mean, somebody's watching them.
True, that is true.
When you brought up teaching directing, that's interesting because that comes up a lot on the show. Whereas I always like to ask because some people are they're like almost anti going to film school, and then I have people say you should do. So what are the benefits in your mind of actually going to film school as opposed to I don't know, learning yourself or going on a film set and trying to learn their way?
I think the biggest benefit is literacy of the medium and its history and its trends and of the path-breaking voices that shaped who we are as filmmakers and film goers. I mean, when I'm on a film set, there's this kind of vernacular among film professionals. There'll be like we're going to do a Leone ECU here, or we're going to go for that, that Blade Runner rain thing, or give me some of that Darius Kanji green puke nasty, whatever. Well, if you don't know who those people are or what those films are, you're sort of at a disadvantage, I think when you go to film school, you kind of figure out who you are as an artist by being exposed to the history and the evolution of the medium and all these other artists I think a lot of people, and this includes myself, they go to film school or drama school or whatever, and they just haven't been exposed to that much that's outside their comfort zone or outside their own experience. Before I went to college, I could probably count the number of films with subtitles I'd seen on one hand, right? Mm-hmm. But if you're going to be a filmmaker, you need to know Kurosawa, you need to know Ozu, you need to know Wong Kar-wai, you need to know Abbas Kiarostami. I just don't see a lot of young filmmakers seeking those films outside of sort of an academic setting. Mm-hmm. And then you get to put a camera in your hand and go experiment and see if you can mimic what they did or improve on what they did or take it and twist it and tweak it and make it your own. And I just think that's a really cool thing. And you get to do it in a supportive, collaborative setting, in a communal type setting where you have a cohort that's behind you and helping you find your vision and do what you do. And that's oftentimes in stark contrast to the real world out there, which is hard and cruel and kind of can be isolating. So you're right. I mean, you don't have to go to film school or acting school to be a great filmmaker or a great actor. But I think there's a lot of lessons you learn, and there's a lot of figuring out who you are as a human being, as an artist, and what is the story that you're trying to tell. And when you're confident in those things, when you walk onto a set or out into the professional world, I just feel like you get a lot farther.
Yeah, and I mean, there's probably no right or wrong way if you listen to any filmmaker, they all have different paths.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's the only way by any stretch, but I do find, and this in my own experience, my time in a program, and my time in being educated on the tenets of the craft and gaining a better understanding of what this thing is, it made me a better actor at the time. It made me a more well-rounded human being. It gave me perspectives. It exposed me to things that I had not yet experienced or knew. And I just think that's invaluable. I mean, sure, you can also do that by, traveling the world and spending time in other cultures and meeting other peoples and eating strange foods and drinking strange drinks and watching, live performances of whatever. But that's probably even more costly than going to film school. Right. So there's no one way to become a great artist. But I think most of the great artists that I know have a pretty clear vision and worldview. They know who they are. They know the stories they're trying to tell, and you got to get that somewhere.
I don't know if the preference is the right word, but what's like for you, directing, acting, which do you get the most out of?
I got into this thing to begin with because I loved acting, and I still think that's the greatest passion of my heart. But the older I've gotten and the more experience I have as a director, and then of course as an educator talking about directing and philosophies of directing and different styles and whatnot, I truly have come to appreciate and enjoy the experience of directing. So now it's pretty close, where at one time it was like acting was up here and directing was down here. Now it's kind of like that. I mean, still if pressed, I mean, get me in front of the camera, get me on the stage. I mean, my heart is a performer. But I also really enjoy carving out that vision as a director. I love the experience of working together with a community of these amazing artists to craft a singular vision that is a film that, may last forever. I just think that's an incredibly cool thing.
Walter Mitty here. Sorry, the people were sending stuff. I didn't see everything. I gave my son a solid grounding in filming. Now in some myself, not training, just experience. And currently in Bollywood fusion movies, so watching them. I myself have discovered Bollywood movies because they started playing them a lot in Boston, and I've been having a very fun time watching.
They are quite fun. Yeah. They are quite fun.
I'll be honest, I'm usually the only white guy there, and they'll laugh at things that I don't understand the jokes, and then I laugh at stuff that no one else is laughing at, so I feel bad at that point. But it's really, because a lot of it is very much like old Hollywood movies where it's big over the top, like cast of thousands, dancing around, and but then then there's like modern stuff with like crazy action and stuff.
The choreography is spectacular in those films. Like the dancing is off the chain. I mean, absolutely incredible. And it's like a cast of thousands.
Yeah, which you don't see anymore. If it's a whole bunch of people, it's usually CG people. Yeah. It's like an old school Hollywood movie. So I saw you're working with William Forsythe again.
Oh,
Yes. I've been trying to get Will Forsythe back for some time now. After The Hollow, I just thought he was wonderful in The Hollow, and I almost had him for my film Demons, but then that didn't work out. So when we finished writing the script, and we had this role that we just thought was perfect for Will, I reached out. We were able to get him, and he's terrific in this one too. And he plays a police captain who is the father of the hero couple's best friend. And he and the actor that plays that role, Elena Sanchez, just got along famously. They have amazing chemistry. Every joke lands. So I think people are really going to enjoy. If there are Forsythe fans in your audience, you're going to really enjoy his work in this movie.
Yeah. Well, you have one right here. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, he's
two of them.
What a
Three of them,
presence!
I suppose,
Yeah.
New Builds Video, who have a very cool website, a lot of Grindhouse stuff on there. I like The Dinner Party a lot.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That was a film we really enjoyed making. We talking about having a very clear vision. We took our inspiration for that film from the art of Caravaggio and Rubera, and I thought we were able to achieve some really neat things with design and color. Thanks to Lindsay Ann Williams, our costume designer, Julie Tosh, the production designer, and Michael Williams, our DP. So that movie, I'm really proud of in a lot of respects.
So I believe when I talked to you about The Hollow, I thought you wrote a song for that at the time.
I did write a song for The Hollow. It's called Cross the Line, and it plays in the bar scene where Vaughn, where the redneck guy makes a crude remark to Christian Seidel's character, and then mouths off to James Callis's character Vaughn, and then Vaughn winds up punching him in the throat or in the solar plexus. But yeah, and since that movie, me and my composer Clifton Hyde have written original songs for every single one.
Oh.
And then we just went hog wild on the new one. And I had other partners, not only Clifton, but Lindsay and Oliver Hoffer in the crafting of those 10 songs that are in that movie, in the new movie Open. But yeah, it's sort of become a thing of ours that we write a song for every movie.
Yeah,
that's pretty wild. I like that.
Seems like it's a different style, of music for Open.
Yes, we've sort of moved more into sort of synth new wave, dark wave kind of stuff. The stuff we wrote initially is more like swamp rock. Like that's certainly how I'd characterize Cross the Line. We wrote one for Hallowed Ground, which is more like real spare dark folk music that was called Neshoba. But yeah, now the most recent stuff, including the credit song we wrote for Demigod, which was our last one, is more sort of like dark wave, I would say.
Oh, and Demigod, where can people see that?
Demigod is all over the place. It's on Amazon and iTunes and Google Play and all the usual suspects. You can still get physical media if you want. You have to, it's manufactured at order, unfortunately, but that's a film that we had a lot of fun with. It's amazing that it actually got made. We were shooting it at the height of the pandemic in the middle of winter in the deep woods of Mississippi, and a lot of crazy stuff happening, but somehow we made it through. And that was, we were experimenting with some vintage lenses, on that film, me and my DP, Nate Tape, and got some really cool flares and things. Just a lot of real cool things happening in the visual aesthetic of that film. So I do encourage people to check it out. Also, Rachel Nichols, who has been a bit of a scream queen in her career, plays the lead in that film, and she's absolutely fantastic in it.
Yeah, I've not seen Demigod, I have to admit.
No, I haven't either.
I have to check this out because I honestly do like your movies that I've seen.
Yep.
Yeah, please do. I appreciate that so much. It's very sort of folk horror, in the vein of something like The Wicker Man or.
Oh, well, I'm right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just celebrated May Day. So
Yeah, right.
Wicker Man, so.
Right.
You know how to hook us
A
anyway.
little more supernatural element to it. But check it out.
A cheap plug. One of the only, or maybe the only, I don't know, only podcast interviews with Robin Hardy here on Without Your Head, the director of the original Wicker Man.
Fantastic.
So it was very cool to talk with him. So
that's kind of a badge of honor.
I agree. Yes, I'm very happy. So Renfield's still at the theaters, and I think you can even get it on video on demand now too. I think.
I believe that's true.
Yeah,
but it's worth seeing on the big screen.
Right. I agree. That's where I saw Big George. I go see just about everything that comes out. But yeah, I also saw Big George Foreman that you were in, so that was cool.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. How was that?
Renfield's a very good time. What?
How was Big George? I haven't seen that one.
I liked it. I'm not gonna say it was my favorite movie, but I really enjoy Renfield.
Yeah.
But it's enjoyable though, the Foreman movie.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that's a little weird to me is they recreate all the fights except for the Holyfield fight. They use actual clips, and then they do a weird face swap on Foreman with the actor, and I thought it was very odd. But overall, it's a good movie.
Okay, yeah, that was fun. I got a bit with Forrest Whitaker in that.
He's great in that.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So he's terrific. I don't know if it's still in the movie. I haven't seen it, but.
Oh, okay.
You do these things and you kind of forget about them, and unless it's something like Renfield is so great because the whole marketing department of that, and I mean they were just, and I think they had hoped it would do a little better because their marketing was on point. I mean they were.
Oh yeah. I think unfortunately came out the same time as Evil Dead Rise.
Yeah.
Oh.
And they were so.
I was surprised though. I did think it would be really big.
They came down here and did a screening of Renfield to open the Overlook Film Festival here in New Orleans at the Britannia Theater,
nice.
Right here. And Nick Cage was there and Chris McKay was there, and they did a Q&A after. There was a red carpet, and I just thought that was really cool to pay homage to New Orleans. The heavy hitters came down and showed up and did a screening and did a Q&A. That was really awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think it'll be a good word of mouth movie that will go on for a while because everyone I know really liked it.
Yeah, me too.
Annabelle says my apologies to Miles for being here so late. Sad about it, but you get to talk to him soon.
That's okay, Annabelle. I'll be back. Got it. Yeah.
So where can people follow you? Not back to your home, but out and about.
I am on Instagram at Miles_Doleac. That's at Miles MILES_DOLEAC. And I post stuff about our movies and my students, and there are lots of dog pictures, some screaming about the New Orleans Saints, my favorite NFL team. But it's a wild ride. So yeah, there should be something for everyone. On the old IG.
All right, very cool. Well, it's good to talk with you again.
Yeah,
good chatting with you, Neal, and good to meet you, Troy. And
super nice to meet you.
I'd love to come back and talk about the next one.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too.
All right, gents.
See you.
All right, thank you so much.
I'm gonna play a quick music of the month here, Sorrow Seat, and we'll get Joe Castro on the next guest. So we'll be right back.
Very nice.
We're back here once again at the Station of Decapitation Without Your Head. I'm still Nasty Neal. Is Troy still with us?
I hope so.
I think he's like a little circle at the moment.
Troy, return. Maybe he didn't know how long the break would be.
That's very
I'm Annabelle Lecter. I didn't know how long it would be, and I just had like windows open, and yeah.
I understand. That's all right. And
I-
joining us once again, effects artist, actor, director, and just a really nice guy, Joe Castro.
Thank you, Neal. Hi, Annabelle. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good today. Thank you for asking. Thanks for having me on the show. It's a
Oh,
pleasure to
thank
be
you for
here.
doing it.
Yeah.
We've been looking forward to this.
I've been looking forward to it as well.
Yeah. You've been a very busy man.
I have been a little busy. I try to stay. I always try to have at least one, one on the plate, ahead of what I'm currently working on. So, I've been very fortunate for the past few years. I've been able to maintain a steady flow of work, and I'm grateful. Yeah.
So tell us about Terror Tunes 4. I have not seen it, but I'm very interested. A lot of cool people, you yourself, Trista Robinson here. A lot of cool people involved.
Yeah. Well, Terror Tunes 4 is part of a franchise that my husband, Steven Escobar, and I both own and have developed over the past 20 years. We shot the first Terror Tunes 1 in 2001. We shot the whole movie for $2,300. That's $2,300. Yes, I did say that correctly. And we shot the entire movie in 3 days. And it was in every Blockbuster in America. There were like 8 copies of it. There were 4 on VHS and 4 on DVD. I think we were paid like $3.33 a copy.
Mm-hmm.
So you do the math. I think they moved 50,000 units in the first 2 weeks.
Wow.
So it was a different time, and so okay. Let's fast forward all the way to Terror Tunes 4 and answer your question. Terror Tunes 4. It took us almost 10 years to make.
Wow.
And it was not shot in 3 days for $2,300. And I'm very proud of the film. We were able to get a lot of amazing people involved in the movie. Linnea Quigley, Brink Stevens makes her directorial debut, and she also was one of the lead actresses in the film. She also co-wrote a portion of the movie. And we have Debbie Rochon is in the film. Billy Butler from Friday the 13th and the remake of Night of the Living Dead is in the movie. We have Mike Ferguson, and just a lot of amazing people are in the film. I think I have a little tiny little cameo in the film, but other than that, I wear the hat as a director and special effects artist, and sometimes I was the cook, and sometimes I was the costumer, and sometimes I was the prop person. But I think this part 4 is going to kind of bring a closing to the entire franchise for me, anyways. I know that there have been other directors that have expressed an interest in actually acquiring the rights and remaking the first film, doing a new version of the first film. We'll see how that goes. And but yeah, there's Terror Tunes 4. I guess basically I just it's like when you're the director and you're the special effects artist, and you have like unlimited power to like create all the special effects you want. It's like putting everything you like on a pizza all on one pizza. Okay, not every bite's going to be great. Not every bite's going to be great, and not everybody's going to like every bite. That's another thing.
Prepared.
Yeah, like when you say, "Oh yeah, there's something in the movie for everybody," that means that half of the audience is probably not going to like half of the movie, and the other half of the audience is probably not going to like the other half of the movie, and that's just the way it goes. Yeah, and there is kind of something in there for everybody. I mean, the movie is very there's a large portion of it that's just Brink. I would literally, when Brink was directing her portion of the film, I would literally remove myself from the set. I walked off set because I literally wanted it to be just her. Now, I've known Brink since 1985 when I was 15 years old. And this woman, this amazing, talented, brilliant human being, has, basically helped mold and shape me into the man I am today. And I gave her her directorial debut with this film, and I wanted to make sure that she had a chance to experience that. And I've been directing for many years, and I already knew that she knew what to do. This is a woman who has over 200 feature film credits, and
Wow.
she's watched people do amazing things. She's also watched people do things that probably weren't that so amazing. So she knows what to do, and she knows what not to do. And this is a woman that needs to direct more. And I'll be honest with you, it's probably one of the most one of the projects I'm most proud of ever, because she wrote it, directed it, and she stars in it. And the entire portion of the movie, which is about, I think it's 37 minutes, the part of the movie that she directed, it was literally shot on a 10 by 10 green screen in our garage.
That's wild.
Yes, and
I know.
Go ahead.
I know you mentioned before about your experience with Brink and knowing her since you were a kid. In previous interviews on the show. So that's going to be wild to you meet her when you're a young man and gives you advice to get in the business, and then years later she's making a movie with you.
Yeah, it's like
that's kind of incredible.
It's a real privilege and real honor. And I'll be honest with you, I really I get this sense of like magical creation whenever I'm working, and don't take this the wrong way, when I'm working with female directors, because they have such an original take and perspective on Hollywood and the stories that need to be told, because their stories haven't been told very much, because there's not as many female directors. So when I work with female directors, it's just always a brand new take. Like I know I'm going to do something that's truly original. You know what I mean? I know I'm going to do something that people are going to like take notice of because it is different. And and Brink is one of these directors. I hope to see a lot more from her. I know she just recently finished the Sorority Babes in the Slime Bolorama Part 2, which I got a chance to see, and that was great. It was a lot of fun. So but go ahead.
No, I'll just say I was looking forward to it because I'm a fan of the original, and I thought it was very. It's always fun to me when they do the sequels to the movies, many years later, especially if it involves a lot of the original people.
Absolutely, I think Brink did an amazing justice to it. There's that '80s charm that somehow still magically has made its way into this new sequel. So if you're a fan of the first film, I believe that you will absolutely be a fan of of this new the sequel. And and as far as Terratoons 4 with the rest of the film, it is an anthology movie. There are four stories in the film. Brink's story is called Personal Demons, and it's kind of like it kind of reminds me of like Psycho meets Fantasia, like Disney's Fantasia, because it is Terratoons, so it has to have a cartoony element. So it's kind of like an old house out in the woods, and there's some demons in there, and it's done like very kind of classic Hollywood style, but it's done with the Terratoons technology, which is a half animation, half live action. So, but it does have its own style, which is great. And then the other three stories in the film, one of them is called Dr. Carnage Origins, and if you're familiar with the first Terratoons, Dr. Carnage is the evil villain from the franchise. He's like a mad scientist that Satan created. And what we tried to do with the fourth one was, because I try never to make the same movie twice, and that can be a curse and a blessing, So I reinvented Dr. Carnage, and we kind of brought this kind of realistic approach to him, and it's a little gorier, it's a little more upscale than the first one. That was basically shot in one person's house and in their garage over a weekend, but there's a lot of fun going on in it, and there's Go ahead.
I was going to say, it sounds like seeing these, people would be able to watch your evolution over time, which that to me sounds really cool to check that out.
Thank you for saying it. Yeah. And we do have other stuff in it too. There's one of the stories it's called The Clucking, which is about killer chickens taking over the world. And we also have how at the beginning of a Pixar movie at the beginning, actually they have that little short at the beginning that starts off the film, kind of get the audience going. We have one of those too, and it's called Attack of the Killer Bees. So there's a whole thing about these killer bees from outer space that come to the Earth and take over the world as well. And then of course there's we brought back The original actor from the first actress from the first film, Lizzie Borden, Janet Romano, is in the Territoons 4, and she has her own story, and it's called the I forgot what it was called. Oh, the heads of Mr. Switch. The heads of Mr. Switch. And it's basically Dr. Carnage, the mad scientist, created this evil villain character, and he kind of has like this atom, like an atom is the thing that spins around like this. His head is an atom, and it switches to different heads. You
like
never
a
know.
gyroscope kind of thing.
Yeah, kind of like and it's floating around on his head, and at any given moment it'll stop, and it'll be like this other thing.
Wow.
Like it'll be like at one point it's a giant candy corn. At one point it's a
I love it.
At one point it's a girl with two heads, like a Siamese twin head, that have chainsaws for tongues. And I mean it's just like, it's really far out there. But like I said, when you have kind of an unlimited toolkit to do special effects, anything is possible. And of course, you can't please everybody. But when we had the screening of it, I always sit in the very back row at the very top of the theater, so I can look down and see the audience. And I had people to my left, people to my right, and they were literally like snot coming out of their nose, laughing, like like this kind of thing. So if you're easily offended, you will not like Territoons 4.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah. Loved working with Brink, very classy lady. I'm not sure who sent that, but Douglas Epps sent in my dream casting playing Dr. Carnage.
That's right. Yes, Dr. Carnage in the origin story. We cast the talented Douglas Epps in the film, and Douglas plays. So in the origin story, we get to see Dr. Carnage as a normal person before he turns into that weird, creepy green thing that the people know and love him as. But of course, we reinvented it. Kind of did more of like a Blumhouse version of Dr. Carnage, if you know what I'm saying. Kind of like we kind of a 2023 version of Dr. Carnage. I wanted to do something different. I didn't want to do the same thing over and over again. But the original green Dr. Carnage does make an appearance in the heads of Mr. Switch and also the clucking with the killer chicken. So he's in there doing his craziness. We had a screening here in Los Angeles at the Culver City Film Festival, and surprisingly enough, actual fans of the first film that did not know about came to the screening, and they were. They brought their loved ones, like people they had married, because they saw it when they were 20 years ago when they were kids.
Oh yeah.
And their significant others were like, "What the hell did I just watch?" I was like, "Okay, I guess we did it right. Yeah, we did it right."
So you mentioned when you've had the first Territoons out, you have a Blockbuster video, and you're getting so much a tape. And so over the years, how has distribution changed?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Oh, yeah.
Well, first of all, I just want to start by saying, if you are a filmmaker and you're watching this, please come to our private Facebook group. It's called Movie Distributors to Stay Away From and Why. Some people will consider this group it's basically a group where we share details and techniques that distributors use to manipulate and take advantage of novice or first-time filmmakers or unsuspecting filmmakers to hand them their movie without any sort of safety net that would allow the distributor to not take advantage of the filmmaker. I hope I said that right and that makes sense. So we actually share techniques. We'll share contracts. We'll break down contracts in the group. We share emails, text messages, this kind of stuff. And we're very, very particular about who we let in the group. I do a very strong vetting process. You must answer the 4 membership questions to join our group, and we don't allow distributors in the group. But to answer your question, how has distribution changed? Well, I formed this group because of how distribution has changed. There was a time when distributors were dishonest, but they were just like a little dishonest. They fudged the books here and fudged the books there, and things things have evolved over the years. And like before my first feature film, it was a movie titled Ceremony. It was shot on 35 millimeter Panavision. We shot the movie for $75,000 back in 1993. And Blockbuster Home Video gave us $150,000 up front just to distribute the film for like, I don't know, like 2 years maybe, I think it was. And you know, I thought that was successful, but they didn't even consider that successful at the time. Getting back all the money plus doubled, that was still considered kind of like a little drop in the pan. Today, you can't even get that. And what's happened over the years is most filmmakers don't know this, but all distributors get together, like all the North American distributors, they get together at a hotel in Vegas once a year. You don't know, you may not know this, kind of like a horror convention. They all get together and they discuss the techniques and tactics that they're going to use to prevent the filmmaker from being paid money. And they do it once a year. It's a private convention,
like a trade show kind of thing.
That's right. That's right. And then the reason why you don't know about it is because they don't want anybody to know about it. See, and I was able to attend it once. This was in 2007, and I went in as a what do you call it, like a press pass that my good friend of mine had got me because he wanted to go in too and see what these people were saying. So basically, you know, over the years, they went from, okay, we're going to pay them half their budget up front for their film, right? And then we're going to, and then they may make back all their money, but they may not, but they're going to be happy because they got some money. And then they went to like, oh, we don't have to pay them half. We're okay. No one give anybody more than $50,000 up front. And all the distributors know about it. Okay. No one offer any more than 50. And then the next year it went down to 40,000. And then the next year it went down to 20,000. And I saw the decline, how it went. And then like by like 2012, they were only offering like maybe 10,000 up front for a micro budget shot on video film. And then it went to $1,000. And now it's, oh, there's no such thing as giving money up front for film. It's a minimum give, but that's not true. The truth is a distributor will give you money up front for your film if they have done their numbers and they know exactly what kind of return they're going to make. And if they know they can make money from your film, they will give you money for it. They want it. They want to take it. So they're counting on the filmmaker to believe that their movie's not worth anything. And they're waiting. They can wait it out because there's a new sucker born every day. And there's a new person handing them the movie every day. And they'll wait it out and they'll wait until the filmmaker thinks their movie's old and stinky and they'll hand it away for free. Yeah. And these are the techniques and tactics that they discuss. And they're organized. They've done it very well. And that's why we're in the situation we're in. So I hope I haven't rambled on too much about that.
No, definitely not.
I'm very passionate. I'm very passionate.
In your group, so I see it. And I think there's people that don't get why you're passionate about it. I don't think some people don't understand that. And it's something you've seen from the inside. And this is a billion dollar business. Like that's what it's not just about little indie people. This is the potential for these, distributors to make a lot of money. And I work in healthcare and those people want to make money. And that's really sad. So if people that are in healthcare want to make profits in a nonprofit world where I am, then what can the expectations be for someone, a film producer? Like those people are in those jobs to make money. They're not there to be nice guys or nice people.
That's a great way of putting it. That's a really clear definition of how dark it could be when we're working in a for-profit arena. And that's what it really is. I was just looking at a meme today and I would like to bring this up because I think it's very pertinent. I actually believe this. Now, some people may not believe this, but I truly believe this because of the people that I've encountered, the different distributors I've encountered, and I've had extensive relationships with. I believe that micro-budget movie distributors are, to an extent, narcissistic sociopaths because they do not have the moral gauge to understand the pain and heartache that they inflict on the filmmakers and the people that make these films when they destroy their chances of making a profit.
Yeah.
They only see it as I'm making money, but because on paper it says I don't have to pay you money, you don't get any money. I mean, a normal person could not live with themselves. They would not believe that that was an actual good deal.
Yeah.
So you have to be slightly sociopathic, slightly narcissistic in order to sleep at night, spend that person's money, and flaunt it out loud in public in front of everyone. Does that not make sense? You know, and I see it in the faces of these distributors who do that. I've actually seen distributors go online and go on podcasts and make videos where if you look at the information, they are bragging about their tactics and how they take advantage of the filmmakers. And only a sociopath could do that. So, once again, if you come into the group and you see the information, you may. To some people, it appears as though there's a lot of people complaining, but we're not complaining. The group is about showing newcomers the tactics and the techniques that distributors are using to take advantage of you. And what I'm trying to do is bring that to the front so that way you can make an informed decision yourself. I'm not saying don't ever go with any of them. What I'm trying to say is when you go to them, make a list of things that need to happen so that way you can walk away if you're not happy. If you can sleep well at night knowing that some corporation is literally living high off the hog, paying for their house payments and putting their kid through college on the money they've made for your film, then by all means sign a contract with them. But if you're not, please walk away from the deal. Walk away from it. And certainly don't be a filmmaker that participates in perpetuating this kind of behavior by minimizing the pain that it actually causes you. Go ahead and speak up about it and say something and get honest. Just because I've been taken advantage of and I share my experience with other grown men doesn't make me less of a man. And I know that a lot of grown men would not be willing to admit that. And that's where I get into a lot of arguments in the group. There's a lot of grown men in there that are just not willing to admit that they've been hurt. Because that's not a very masculine trait. And they somehow feel the need to defend that. And I think that's also part of the reason why we're in the trouble we're in. Most of the women in the group are the women in the group have a clear conscience of what's going on. They can see it, and the men are blinded by their own egos. Yeah.
So, go sorry, sir. I was just going to say, how much of all that is a reason why the fourth Terror Tunes would be the last one for you?
Well, we're going to do self-distribution on this film. I'm only because over the years, the Terror Tunes audience is such a very specific audience. There's no doubt, that the people that enjoy and appreciate and love Terror Tunes are the people that will go out of their way to find it.
Yeah.
We will seek it out. We'll make a post in a group. Has anybody ever seen this movie? Where can I get it? Those. It's not going to be the person at Walmart. They're not going to get it. There's a scene in the film where they run out of alcohol and someone vomits in somebody's mouth to get them drunk again by accident. Walmart is not going to carry that in their store. Okay.
They might have it happen in their store, but they won't.
That's right. So, I just know that the movie will find its own audience, and that's the way it's been from the get-go. And the movies that we love from the 80s, like City of the Walking Dead, even Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, those films that we just like religiously love, they were box office flops.
Yeah. The Thing was a box office flop.
Flop. That's right. Yeah. It took many years before it turned a profit, and people sought it out, and they started, doing this kind of thing. And and I know a lot of people that have first run. They only had one first run of their film. Like the original, most of my movies have only had first runs of it on DVD or VHS or Blu-ray, over the long period of time, I know that people will seek it out and will find its audience. I don't want people to watch it that don't want to watch it. Why would I want someone to watch my film that doesn't enjoy it? I don't want to. I don't want to force you to watch something that you don't enjoy. And I've said this before about films, and I'll say it to end my point with this: movies are neither good or bad. They either entertain the person who's watching it, or they don't. That's it. It's very black and white. Either it entertains you or it does not, because somewhere on this planet, someone worships a movie that I don't enjoy, and vice versa.
What if you enjoy disliking a movie?
That's a whole other genre. That's a whole other genre. Yeah. Well, when I originally watched the remake of the Wolfman, the Universal film that was done in 2010
with Anthony Hopkins, that one.
Yes.
Yeah.
I saw it, but I wasn't in the right frame of mind 10 years ago. I'm literally not the same person I was then. I know that for a fact. I recently
telling me I should watch it again.
I recently watched it and I was like, this is amazing. It's so bloody, and
I really enjoyed it.
I loved it. I was like, oh my God, what was I thinking? This is brilliant. I went back and watched it and loved it,
And it really is good Wolfman effects too.
It is. It really is. I was so blown away and it's like really bloody. It's not like kind of bloody. It's like that would never be
when
able
he's ripping apart like London.
It's like
Benicio del Toro, I thought, was real good at that.
Yeah, it's like hanging flesh and dead body parts. And,
no,
it was. I was blown away. So,
sold me. Now I'm gonna have to because it's been I saw it in the theater and that was it.
Yeah. I remember watching it first. I don't even think I made it through the end of the film. The first time I watched it, I was so disappointed by the first transformation because it had so much CGI that I shut it off. But when I went back and watched it again, I was like, that CGI is not that bad, and it's kind of cool. It's a fresh take on it, and and they did their best with they did some practical and some digital, and I don't know. I just thought it was really kind of a timeless timeless looking film. I think they did a good job. So.
Ty Chaman, who's part of your group, wants to know if, which I know there's many, I would assume, any upcoming projects that Joe's excited to be working on.
Oh yeah, I would love to talk about a couple of things. Well, right up front, has anybody here had a chance to see Saint Drogo yet?
Annabelle,
I've seen it. Yeah.
Cool.
After we just recently watched it, my husband and I, Steven Escobar, and I was like, it's been a long time since I've had my eyeballs raped by a movie, and like Midsommar kind of did that to me, and this film kind of did that to me as well on another level. And of course, I know all of the cast and crew, and I came in on that film. I worked on the film. I believe it was, I want to say November of last year, and I came in after the whole film had already been shot to do these little pieces and parts to kind of put it all together, and so I became friends with all these people, all these men that made the film were kind of like my brothers, and then to watch them in this horrific kind of dark and grisly and naughty tale, very naughty tale was shocking. It was like but I'm so proud of the film, very excited about the producers who are also the directors of the film really talked with me and listened to me about how I wanted to do some of the effects. I'm like, can we do this? But then can we go back and kind of do like this later, like in CG? Can we kind of finesse it? And some directors don't like that. They don't, if they're going to do practical, I want it one and done. I don't feel comfortable walking away from the set and not having it done. I'm like, it's okay. Let it go. You have me, first of all, to support your vision. And I'm going to do it. It's going to be done, and we're going to do something a little different. I would prefer that we not do the same thing that we've seen before again. Let's do something a little fresh, and that's what I tried to do with the effects of this film. I think it worked. I mean, it worked really well.
Yeah.
The stuff you
People.
come up
Oh, go on. Sorry.
it's just amazing. The creativity of the things you do. I'm continually just on Facebook blown away by it. And this movie, it was just awesome to see. I have to say
Thank you
that
very
one of the
much.
things that I found I really enjoyed was actually, I'll just say it involved a neck near the end, and I was like, wow, that looks really good.
Well,
Looks
thank you very
good.
much.
I'm assuming you know what I'm referring to.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. Thank you. Yeah,
and
yeah.
I have to say, like, socially wise, I was watching this and I'm like, this is really cool because I find a lot, okay, so it's a movie, it's gay dudes. And I feel like a lot of times movies that they're, if you've got a movie that's of different kinds of social groups, they're trying to like tell their story to other people. Like they're trying to portray themselves in a way. This didn't care.
That's
It's
right.
just telling the damn story. And I really appreciated that. It's not trying to tell anybody anything. It's just a story. And I love that.
And thank you. I'm sure that the director and some producers really appreciate that. And I also appreciate that the directors and producers, and most people don't know this.
Yeah.
You're right. It is a gay. It does have gay characters in it, and it's kind of a gay story. But the men that are in it are not men that you see as being gay. They're not like the stereotypical, like they're not like Will and Grace gay.
Oh, they're just
They're like, yeah, they're just
Yeah.
people. Yeah.
Were these the guys, Neal, from Death Row Gorgeous?
Yeah, we've had them on the
okay,
show
awesome,
several
yeah.
times, and they'll
The
be on
greatest
again
group
for
of
the movie.
people.
So
I love them. Yeah. Love them all.
Yeah, they're really fun guys on the show, and it was so when we had them on for Death Drop Gorgeous a couple times actually, and then Troy, I guess it was a few months ago, was at a drag show in Plymouth, and it was some of the drag queens from their previous movie Death Drop
My
Gorgeous.
mind was blown. I was like, oh, I can't believe this. Yeah.
These are entertainers at heart. This group of talented artists are truly entertainers, and I think they've done an amazing job with this film, especially for the budget and and being their second feature as well. And
because
I'm definitely looking forward to it.
Yeah, and I was happy the first one did. It found its audience, and it was really low budget movie and kind of really crazy with glory hole scenes and stuff. But so I'm happy that they're doing something completely different, like you said. Though.
Yeah, it is. It is creative. Yeah. Let's see. So Saint Drogo. Of course, you have Territories 4. Appetite for Sin's coming out, which is a vampire film that I'm one of the lead characters in. I don't know if you've talked about that on your show, but I actually a fan of the original Territoons. His name was Matthew Vanaha.
Yeah, he said he was.
I think he said he was 12 years or 10 or 12 years old when he saw the original Territoons.
Wow.
Had to have been at least 10 or 12 years old. And he said that he came to me and asked me if I would do the special effects for his first feature. And he said he was a fan of Territoons. And I said, I will, but only if you give me a lead. Well, I didn't say only if you give. I said, will you please give me a lead role in your movie? And he said yes. So he wrote a role for me, and I played this lead detective in the film, and super proud of the movie. If you like vampires and you like hot vampire chicks, and you like just like a rock and roll, it's a rock and roll in it, and of course, if you like special effects, you're gonna love this film.
Oh, it's a win-win-win.
It totally delivers. Yeah. And some of my favorite people are in that film as well. You got Ava Hamilton's in it, and Mike Ferguson, and there's a lot of people. I know I don't want to offend anybody by leaving anybody off, but that's a great one. And of course, Rebecca Reinhardt makes her not her directorial debut, but her next film, Tin Roof. I got a chance to work with a whole bunch of people on that. Quiet
Offset. Yeah.
Quiet. Stephen, quiet. Okay. Anyways, and then I've done so many just in the past half a year. I would literally have to go to IMDb to find out what's coming out next.
All right.
What about your Lovecraft movie?
Oh my gosh! See, that's what I'm talking about. I made like that movie just came. Like we just finished that one. Chad Farron, this amazing director, just a brilliant young man. Well, he's not. He's a little couple of years younger than me. Considering him a young man. He directed the sequel to a movie that he directed called The Deep Ones, which is basically an H.P. Lovecraft tale. And he made a sequel called The Old Ones, and had me come in and do all the creatures for the film, and literally just said, read the script, run free, do whatever you want, Joe.
Oh yeah,
and that's I think that's the best way to use me as a special effects artist, because I'm going to come to you if you're the director, and I'm going to ask you, what do you see? I'm not the kind of artist that just runs off and then shows up on set and go, okay, here you go. I don't do that. I want to be very personal with the director. I want to ask the director what they see. I want to ask the director, is there something online in nature that you've seen that reminds you of what you want to see? And, because I think Mother Nature is the best artist of them all. And I always go to Mother Nature whenever I make something. And that's what I did with the Deep Ones. I went to fishes and sea creatures and things. I mean, I would Google ugliest looking sea creature to see what that they were finding at the bottom of the ocean.
Did you use blobfish for
that face?
Yeah. Smith? Yeah,
exactly. There's if you as an artist, if I can bring half of what Mother Nature has done into my work, I've scored major points. Major points, and so that's what I do whenever I'm designing, and Chad let me do that. The Deep Ones is basically an extension, a direct sequel to the first film. If you haven't seen the old ones, it's a great little film, but this one is just like a really good sequel. It just gives you triple the amount of what you loved about the first one. Plenty of effects and amazing, very colorful characters in the film, and it's basically like an action on a side. What did he call it? He called it a cosmic horror movie. A cosmic horror film. A cosmic horror film. Yeah, thriller, sci-fi, H.P. Lovecraft film. There will be when heads explode, stars come out of them, but there will be heads exploding. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. We're not going to give any more away. So you look out for that one. I know he just locked picture like 2 days ago, and they're getting ready to send me over. So I'm doing both the practical and the digital on the film. I did all the practical effects on set, and then they give me the work, because on set I will be like, let's shoot it like this, but then I want you to send it to me, because I want to composite these elements together. I want to do this. And the director has to, believe in me and delegate the authority to believe that I will complete it for him. And sometimes, like I said before, directors are a little squeamish to do that, but today it's pretty common to do that.
And I think you can prove yourself through your work, right? So
I would hope so. After 40 years, yeah. I'm basically what I tell them at the end of the day, like, first of all, not every special effect is going to be a complete home run. And I tell, director, if there's something you don't like, just send it to me. I will do what needs to be done to make it amazing, because my name is on it and I want it to be amazing.
Right.
So.
I love what you're saying about as an artist, because it reminded me of I had a short life as a tattoo artist. And one of the wonderful things about it, people would come in and be like, I want this flash or whatever. I'd be like, no. Let's do a thing. Let's talk. Like, what do you want? Where are we going? And trying to work with them is like a wonderful feeling. It feels good to be able to take whatever's going on in someone's mind and give them that.
That's
and
right.
And they're like, it's better than I even imagined. It's what I imagined, but better. And that's a great, rewarding feeling to know, like, I'm bringing this to life to me. And I'm thinking that you're also the same way.
Oh, that's so sweet of you to say. Yeah. I agree with you 100%. And, something that I never thought that I would consider, but over the years, as I work more with other artisans, because directors and producers are artisans in their own mind, even an actor is an artisan. I like to, for instance, if I'm going to be putting horrific makeup on an actress, I like to say, do you like that? Does this feel comfortable? Yeah. Do you like the way that looks on you? Because if they don't, it might stifle their performance. I want them to, even though they're bloody, I still want them to feel sexy. You know what I'm saying? and that makes for an amazing performance, you know. And also, I found it honestly that how I make other people feel about themselves is how I will be remembered, not because of the mask or because of the accolade or because of even the movie that I've made, but because of these things that we've done to make other people feel amazing about themselves.
So Douglas Epps asks, what is the next project that you and Neal will cross paths?
I'm hoping that's one with Douglas in it. Douglas is an amazing actor. I just love working with him, and Douglas is so original in his own form of art. You know, when we cast him as Dr. Carnage in the new Terratoons, he brings his own version of creepy that only Douglas can do. You know, so I was just so proud and grateful to have him in the film. I think we should do End Zone 3D. To be honest with you, I'm sorry, but I mean, if you can shoot the first one in 4 days or 5 days, we can do it again and do it even better. And I would love to be on set, and I'd love to be in it. And you know, talking about End Zone and Smash, the Once in the Future Smash, you know, we made that film 3 years. Was it 3 years ago?
It was 2019. So it was 4 years ago when we filmed the yeah.
You know, because I love the mask, but that's the person who made that mask is not the man that's sitting here in front of you. I would have done it differently. You know, even though I love it, I just would have done it different. I would have done it. I would have been like, how would I would have picked a Specs makeup artist from that time period, and then I would have gone and looked at their work. Then I would have found something in their work that they did that would be appropriate for this mask, and I would have brought that over and done it into that. Now it's just a different way of looking at it, but that's kind of what I would have liked to have done. Yeah, but
so I didn't work on this movie, so I can say whatever I want, and that is that you guys need to make this movie whatever it takes, and it's set in the 80s, and Joe like knocks it out of the park with all these amazing gory crazy 80s things. It's gonna be so awesome, and it has to happen no matter what.
Yeah, it should be End Zone 3D. I mean, I'm not even remotely
I
kidding.
love that idea.
I think I said it in the theater twice to Michael and Sophia because they were sitting like this over here to me, and during the whole movie I was just like like that. I'm like, whenever they would show the End Zone 3D poster, I'd be like, yes, I did that. And so I'm hoping we'll see what happens. That would be great.
Or like cool seeing Neal's eyeball come out, and I can still see his eye open. But
even if we went back and shot the last part of the reel.
Oh, exactly.
We were all older.
That's the thing I used to like about the sequels growing up was you would see the end of the previous movie at the beginning of the next one.
So true.
You know what I mean? Like the first 4 Friday the 13th, you'd see the end at the beginning.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
So
that's a great film. That's gonna withstand the test of time. People are going to really.
It was really because when we were filming it, me and Joe would FaceTime. He would send me videos when we were filming it, wishing he was there and stuff. It was very cool.
Yes. Yeah.
But I'm glad you made it out to the premiere in LA. It was a really good time.
Oh, it was really awesome. Also, if you want to talk about a couple of films, Pig Killer stars Jake Busey and Bailene. I have do I have a spot? No, I don't have a part in that. The Pig Killer is making its festival rounds right now. If you want to see a dark and gritty and just disturbing slasher movie, Pig Killer. Elena Madison's in it as well. So many people are in the film, and I forget them all. But a lot of name talents in that movie. It's when I went to see that screening of it at the American Film Market with my husband and the cast and crew. My husband turned to me, who has, I've been on for 25 years. He said, "This is too much for me to watch." Like literally, I was like, "It's the kind of movie that makes you feel dirty after you're done watching it." There's a scene where I'm just gonna, I can say this because I think about Dice. There's a scene where, and this is based on actual events. The movie is based on an actual killer. His name is Willie Picton. who was a pig farmer, and I believe in Canada, on the border of Canada and the United States, and he would throw raves on his ranch, and he would have all these hookers come and service his friends, and he would rape and murder the women, and he would put them in a wood chopper and feed them to the pigs.
Wow.
And that all of that's recreated in the film. You'll see all of that in the movie. And there's a scene where he took radiator fluid and he just literally jams the needle in the radiator plastic bottle and he sticks it in this woman's eyeball and gets her all doped up, poisoned her, and she's still alive for the scene. That's all I'm going to say. With the syringe hanging out of her eyeball as he's doing this, and the syringe is on both ends. Yeah, so if you're a horror fan, you have to see Pig Killer, and then also there's a sequel to a movie called Nightcaller. It's called Scalper.
Oh yeah.
I do have a role in that as well, and that's going to be a really good film. There's a lot of
Nice.
straight up maniac scalping in it, and
very nice.
I'm always down with that.
Some scalping, and then of course Name the Demon, which is directed by Carmela Camara. It's a found footage film, and I play a priest in that film as well. I've played a whole bunch of priests lately, which is a found footage film about a demon possessed girl, and they flew me up to Chicago for 6 days. I painted a girl from head to toe to be a possessed demon.
Oh,
and it's like every morning she'd come in, like literally from head to toe. I painted her in this like waterproof makeup so she could run around and not sweat it off. And every night I have to strip it off of her. And then she'd have to go and meditate for 10 hours to come back, and I had to put it back on her. And on the 6th day, I had to do the makeup on her, and then she has to like scratch. I shouldn't say that. She does something to her face, and then I had to put makeup on top of the makeup after she'd worn the makeup for 12 hours. Have you ever had special effects makeup put on you after you've been wearing makeup for 10 hours? It's nightmarish. And when I was putting it on her, I'm like, I didn't know that my job was going to make people so uncomfortable. I'm sorry I'm doing this to you. I will never do this again. Yeah.
Nicholas. Sorry. I just want to say Nicholas Hatch says, "Can you thank Joe for being involved in Severed Limbs?" Yeah, it's very cool. Our first special guest judge, Joe, is going to be the judge for the effects and the monsters in Severed Limbs.
That's awesome.
I'm all about that. I love being able to acknowledge and appreciate up and coming artists and new artists, and everybody has a gift in this world, and it's our job as established artists to nurture and showcase what they're doing to make the world a better place.
I appreciate that, because that is a big part of our Severed Limbs. There's a lot. It's kind of different levels. There's some people that are more experienced than others, and there's some people who made stuff specifically for Severed Limbs who never made anything before. And
which is
really
wild.
love that
Yeah.
Nice.
And I really appreciate you being involved.
I'm very grateful to be involved. Yeah.
And this is a serious question, and we've talked a little bit about this off air a couple times, but have you encountered many issues in being openly gay working in the film industry?
That's a great question. I know that sometimes there's been a lot of individuals that are like, "Oh, I didn't know you were gay. I didn't know. Oh, I didn't know." And then there used to be a time when I was like, the early 90s was a completely different time than it is right now. I'm just going to say that much. I could be in in the early 90s, you could be in a special effects shop and guys would have their shirts off. And we would have our shirts off. There was maybe one woman working in the shop. It was a very different time. There weren't as many female special effects artists. And I've always been a very, for lack of a better word, aggressive, openly gay man. I would be like, everybody would introduce themselves, and I'd be like, "Hi, I'm Joe. I'm the gay one." And they would chuckle or whatever. And I was that way in high school. I've always been that way. But over the past maybe decade, I kind of feel like I found myself just in the past 10 years, really, truthfully, maybe not as aggressive. Maybe I am. I don't know. But when people say you're an ass, I'm like, yeah, I am I'm a little bit of an ass. I don't mean to be. It's kind of like, I grew up in South Texas in the 70s. I was an openly gay. I didn't know how else to be. I mean, I was an openly gay young man, and my brother was a bully, not only to me but to everybody. My brother was just a big bully, and some of that just rubbed off. I just had to survive in that household, and I think
you were like jacked.
I used to be. Yes, I was a competitive water polo player when I was in high school, and a competitive swimmer, and I think that helped me. That helped me survive that whole time in South Texas. I mean, people it doesn't sound like a very pleasant thing to talk about, but I grew up. Well, I say, when people say, when I talk about my family, I say, have you ever seen the Texas Chainsaw Massacre? And I was like, that's my family. I literally, I mean, like we had like a slaughterhouse on the ranch. We killed animals like in front of the whole family. I remember one time coming in to eat dinner at my grandparents' house, and each one of them had a cooked in the oven in like foil. They would season it and they cook it in foil, a goat head on each of their plates with a screwdriver and a hammer. And when I walked in with my friend Rudy from high school, and we were coming over for dinner, and my grandmother's like, do you want to eat? And he's got the screwdriver getting ready to split the brain open with, and we're like, that's okay, we'll come, it's okay, we're on our way to do something else.
No wonder you're so good at all these gory effects. Grew up around this madness.
Yeah. And they were just there's just a whole crazy group of people down there, all the stories, all the cliche tales of Texas. It's all true. It's all true. Well, one Easter Sunday, we were all around the fire, like a big fire pit out on our property. I grew up on 55 acres of property, and there were 10 acres on the side where my father's family lived, and 55 acres on the side where my mother lived. And we were on my father's side, and there were like maybe, I don't know, 40 of us around a campfire. And this was in the middle of the day, though. We hadn't had lunch yet. And they bring open our pet. They bring out into the open our pet calf, baby calf, veal calf. And my uncle just takes a gun and shoots it right in the head in front of everybody. And it falls over to the ground. And they start to like skin it, right, and gut it, and it stands back up.
Oh.
So they run back inside to get the rifle to shoot it again. These are the kind of things I grew up with. What was that?
How old were you when that happened?
I think I was either 7 or 10.
Oh
yeah. So this is I saw and participated in things that I'm sure children do in other countries, maybe, but that has a major impact on me. Yeah. And so I was kind of they kind of toughened me up. I'm getting back to like your question about being gay. All this stuff kind of toughened me up, made me a little scary. Got kind of made me into a little bit of the bully that I am, and I survived because of it. And I really didn't have a problem with being gay in school. Also, when I was going to school and growing up, I was already a kind of a well-established artist in my high school because I had won a national special effects contest. So everybody knew, that I had some skill. I was on the state championship water polo team. All these things went to my benefit. My parents really pushed me to achieve some level of like toughness. They wanted to toughen me up. My father didn't have a problem with me being gay. He just didn't want to ever see me being picked on, and he wanted to make sure that I had enough competence and skill to prevent that from happening. Yeah.
Well, that's pretty awesome. So it sounds like they did support you. Maybe.
Like another one of their techniques was hold Joe down and tickle him until he pees in his pants. See how long it takes for him to fight to get up. Don't let him get up. Make him pee. Do it. And being held down and tickled till you pee in your pants at the age of like from 5 to like 7. It stopped. That stopped when and we're talking like 10 like cousins and uncles doing that. because that's what they did back then to try to change someone from being gay. You know, maybe we can beat the faggot out of them. Maybe we can do, these are some harsh words, but these are this is what we talked about in the 70s and 80s. It was crazy. In the 70s and 80s, it was still acceptable for husbands to slap their wife.
Yeah.
And not talk about it. That was acceptable behavior. So all of that stopped. I think I was 11 or 12, and we were playing baseball, and they were teasing me because I couldn't hit the ball. And the guy behind me, his name was Lewis Waltz. I remember him. He was the oldest one of them all. He was playing the catcher. He was 15 years old, and they were all picking on me. Everybody was poking, you can't hit the ball. I turned around and smacked him in the head with an aluminum bat in front of everybody.
Good.
Let me tell you, no one ever picked on me again in the family. And you got to be careful who you pick on, because swinging a baseball bat doesn't take that much skill or energy. So you want to pick on a young gay man, be careful, And that's kind of when it all stopped. Yeah. So. I hope that was entertaining. I hope that was
an entertaining
entertaining.
answer to the question. Yeah.
Physical violence also stopped my bullying, so I don't know what to say. I mean, yeah.
When someone's got a aluminum bat and you're picking on them to hit the,
bam,
hit him right in the fucking.
Not the time to be picking on someone when they're holding a weapon.
Yeah. So, but I appreciate. I had a very amazing childhood, even though it was very violent in its nature and very brutal. At times it was. Of course, some people in my family will go, "Oh, you're just messing around. You're just." I'm like, most of the crazy shit happened to me when no one was watching. That's I'm not going to talk about some of the real crazy stuff, but most of the crazy stuff, because those are the things that people don't want to talk about. And so, people do those crazy things in private, and, people will say, "Oh, we didn't pick on you that hard," or whatever. I'm like, no, actually you did, it was kind of traumatizing. So, but it did make me the man I am today. And I'm very proud of that. So.
If not for all those terrible traumatic things, we wouldn't be with you right now.
That's right. So, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So, when you started doing more acting, is that something you wanted to do? And then once you started doing it, it seems like something you really enjoy doing once you started doing it.
Oh, acting is, if I could just act from here moving forward, I would do it.
Wow.
I would do it. And it may happen. That may happen. Wow. Only because I think special effects, like practical effects, it's kind of a young man's game, especially with the stuff that I do. Like, I make giant molds and giant creatures, and I have to put on like knee pads when I'm like hauling 50-pound bags of plaster around and digging clay out of molds and all this stuff. And I'm going to be 53 this year. I'm not really considered old yet, but eventually I'm not going to be able to do that, And I really enjoy acting. I've always acted. I took acting in school when I was in high school, and it always share like I'm on set and I do like this beautiful, amazing makeup on somebody, and then they have to pretend to die or they have to be the creature or whatever, and they're like or whatever, and I'm like, oh man, that's awful. I'm like, I can do better than that. And then I decided like 3-4 years ago to go take an acting class, and what I found out in the acting class was you either understand what acting is or you don't. It's pretty simple. You're either performing for the camera, which is what most people that don't understand what acting is do, or you are doing acting. And acting is, and you can ask, I'm going to say, hi, Sheila. Sheila's a good actress. Sheila understands what acting is. In fact, Sheila's in Territories 4, and she's in a scene with Brink and a whole bunch of people at a table. And I was so blessed to have like all these people that understood what acting was in one scene. Acting is, and if you ask like Robert De Niro or what's her name? Yeah, Meryl Streep, what acting is, they will all give you the exact same explanation. Can you guess what acting is, Neal? I'm going to put you on the spot.
Acting, it's reacting. I don't know.
No, that's pretty close. But acting is, and if you,
but that's what I've heard from other people when I needed advice.
Yeah, if you Google Google Robert De Niro, what is acting, or Google Meryl Streep, what is acting, and they'll I'll tell you what it is. Acting is the photocopying of real life reactions. Acting is the Xeroxing of real life situations. There is nothing creative about it. That's why actors go, real actors go and study other people in their actual environment, because they will pick and they will take what they're doing and then recreate it in the scene or the character that they're portraying. They don't want to try to imagine what the person will do. They want to actually reproduce what a person will do, And so, yeah, acting is the cloning of real life. Yeah, that's what it is.
And that is a skill for sure. So I think that's a disservice to themselves to say it's not creative, because you have to be able to take that information, bring it into your mind, and then reproduce it.
I think there's a little bit of level of creativity, I would think, but I think they are trying to suppress the notion that they would do something that was abstract and obscure and not real life. That's why they take it to that extreme. If that makes any sense. Does that make sense?
Definitely.
Yeah. So, if someone plays a cop, like I played an FBI agent, and how I studied for that. But this is when I did Appetite for Sin. My husband made me watch Law and Order, and we watched Law and Order religiously. That's all it was. That's all I did. We still watch it, and I was like, I can do this, and I would watch them, and I would repeat some of their lines, and that's how I did it. I studied people that studied it. If I can't go and hang out with a cop, I'm going to go and study people that have done that. And I love Law and Order. I think they do an amazing job. Most of the show was it Mariska's?
Yeah, you watch SVU.
Yeah, it's just watching her face. It's just her face. It's her reaction to what these horrific things that people are doing and saying. Yeah, most of that's the whole charm of that show. I love watching her. Yeah.
So, what kind of roles do you actually like to play? So, do you like to play kind of the straight character, or?
Yeah, I like to be like, for instance, in Appetite for Sin. I would like to believe that my performance and my character kind of holds all of the reality together in the film. We have vampires, we have drug dealers, we have all this other stuff going on, but my character kind of is like the realistic thread that kind of holds it all together. I would like to perform roles that are big hitting roles. I don't want to do like a little walk-on bit part, because that's not what I bring to the table. I bring a real acting performance, a true realistic performance. Even if I were going to be performing in a comedy, I wouldn't play it funny. I would just act. And if the writing
think
is
that's
funny,
usually the funniest stuff is when people play it straight.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends. There's always, but to me, usually if they're playing it straight and other things are absurd, it's usually funnier to me.
That's right. Yeah, when people try to play it funny, it just comes off as being unauthentic, not authentic. Yeah, and so it's not funny. It's
this coming from the guy who played Backwoods Bob. So what the hell do I know?
But your performance is priceless. That whole thing is just watching End Zone 2 is like eating a giant box of chocolates for me. You know what I mean? It was just like everything I loved about the 70s. Everything I loved about like campy shot in like a couple of days horror movies from the 70s. And yeah.
Bill Ween was in the chat earlier, and he said you were the man. I forgot to.
We love Bill. We love him so much. Yeah. So, but yeah, if you're going to put me in your film, you write a strong, decent role that is. I like playing serious roles. I also like being the villain. People think of me, Joe's this like little short, gay man, but on screen, you would. I mean, was it Tom Cruise is teeny? They're all.
A lot
of the best actors are small.
Yeah.
And De Niro's a very small guy,
right.
and
and Al Pacino, and
Right. And I have a big voice, and I don't shy away from doing stuff that's very serious and very moving. Yeah.
I think in a film, a lot of it's how you carry yourself. Because like Bill Moseley, for example, I bring him up a lot. You think of him as a small Weasley guy when he's chop top,
Yeah.
but like he's a really intimidating guy when he's in the House
He's a
of a Thousand Corpses movie.
He's a pussycat. He's a pussycat.
But it depends on how he's carried himself,
Yeah.
in the movie.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
But
say
he's a very nice guy in real life. Yeah.
Absolutely.
it's really funny. I think that there is such a bias against people who are not tall for men in film. Like it's stupid. Neal is not tall. There's a lot of people who are
I
not
just played a
tall,
villain
but
too
it's
in
like,
another
why
movie
do
that's
you
coming
have
out. It's
to
a very
be-
gritty movie.
Why do you have to be tall to
So
be a man? Like, it's really ridiculous.
So I was at the final showing of the Star Trek premiere, the third season, the one that's going to end the franchise.
Oh, I saw your really excited picture.
Yeah, and I went right in the middle of the episode. I guess they were playing it like live all around the United States.
Oh, wow.
In other theaters, and then they did a big, and the entire cast was there. Everybody was there. Patrick Stewart was there, and Brett Spiner was there, and Robert Frakes was there. And I got up and went to the bathroom at one point, and I'm there. And Brett Spiner comes on one side, and Robert Frakes comes on the other side. I look over, and I'm like this, and I just like that, smiling. And they knew it, and they were talking whatever. Yeah. And I was just fanboying out on them. They didn't mind. And then I zipped up my pants, to go and wash my hands. And this kid just ran in the bathroom from the movie theater, like an employee at the movie theater, and went right over to them as they were still, zipping. And it's like, "Can I get my picture with you?" And Robert's like, "Can you please let him put his penis back in his shirt? At least he wants to put his penis." And he's like this young Hispanic male, probably 25, 26 years old. And he can get away with it. But if I asked him, it might be a little different. I don't know. So I decided not to stick around and have my picture taken with him. But sometimes I wonder, and I should just, what's the worst they could have done? Said no. But when I walked,
that story of
when I walked out of the restroom, they had a roped off section where there was probably 100 fans. They were just at the theater who I guess had gotten some sort of pass to be at the theater, but couldn't watch the screening or anything. And they were just there in this roped off area to see, all the stars. Mm-hmm. And when I walked out, I looked over at them, and they all looked at me like I had just gone to the bathroom with God or something like that. And it was an amazing moment. I had no idea that these men had impacted me. But the point of my story is that these men are giants. I didn't know how tall they were. Like Brett and Jonathan are like very tall. Yeah. These are all of them are very tall men, except for Patrick Stewart. He's not as tall as the rest of them, but all the rest of the characters are very tall actors and actresses. Yeah.
But Patrick Stewart's the best one anyway. So
amazing. Yeah.
I love that show.
Joe Cash says, "Good evening, Without Your Head crew." He's I don't know if you know Joe. He's a filmmaker in England.
Mm-hmm. Good evening, Joe. I have this instant bond with other guys named Joe. I don't know if Joe's experienced that, but I just worked with Joe Gonzalez on his new music video called Sci-Fi Sam. Are you familiar with Sci-Fi Sam?
It's a podcast. But I like the name. Yeah,
I think he's a podcaster that does a podcast about aliens. It's a very successful podcast.
Yeah.
And Joe Gonzalez is a singer, performer, actor, producer, made a music video called Sci-Fi Sam, and I can't tell you what I've made for it, but it's really, I'm going to hopefully get to post an image of some of the makeup effects from it, but I got to be in it, and I get along instantly with guys named Joe. So Joe Gonzalez, Joe Cash, I'm going to see you. Yeah.
Our reviewer on our website's Joe, Diablo Joe. So
Diablo Joe. Yeah.
So you'll get along with him. Did we talk about the Demon Wind sequel coming out?
We did not talk about the Demon Wind sequel. I've been told that I need to
not talk too much about it.
Not talk about that. That you talk to Eric about that. But I know that he's also doing a movie called Infernal. Infernal. I think it's what it's called, Infernal, that I will be working on. And there's a movie that's called Ruthless, that's being produced in Vegas by you're gonna hate me. I forgot his name already. Anyways, and a lot of good gore effects. It's called Ruthless. And Trevor Lane is the writer and producer of the film. and it's directed by a man who made a movie called Shock 'Em Dead.
I like the name.
Back in the let me see, yeah. But anyhow, that's one that I just kind of wrapped up. I think they got another day or two in Vegas for that. But yeah, and I think that's all I got on my slate so far. Oh, the Mutilator too.
Oh, no way! I'm a
Yeah.
So yeah, this was one of our. It was either the first or second year we were doing the show, and we had, I'm going to forget his name, who made the original Mutilator.
Buddy Cooper.
Buddy Cooper. We had him on the show. It was one of his first interviews, or maybe his first podcast interview. And so he sent me a copy of the Mutilator, and
You've
so I
never seen
watched
it?
and so I watched it. And then like a week later, he messages me. He's like, "Can you send that back? That's the only uncut copy that and it exists." And I was like, "Oh yeah, of course." And so afterwards, I was like, "Oh man, if I never sent him that back, like they wouldn't have put out like the Arrow. I think it was Arrow put out like the special." I was like, "You probably shouldn't send the only copy that exists."
Yeah,
in the movie.
don't ever
Yeah.
send in the mail something that you don't want, that you don't mind losing.
Yeah.
But that was an amazing experience. I will never forget. I haven't been. I know he's very private about the movie. Probably doesn't want me to talk too much about it.
Sure.
But I will say that some of my best work ever is I made for that film.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that we get to see all of it on camera. And one of my favorite actresses in that movie, Eva Hamilton, and she's one of my co-stars from Appetite for Sin. And there's a scene in there where I get to do something amazing to her with special effects that I hope everybody gets to see and enjoy and relish in. If not, I have amazing pictures that I can, hopefully one day show in all the gory detail. And I have to give a shout out to the man that introduced me to Buddy Cooper, Mark Shostrom, who was the special effects artist from the very first film, who actually recommended me to do the special effects for the sequel.
Oh, that's sweet.
Nice.
For people not seeing the Mutilator, the end's awesome. It's a great
Mutilator.
Great.
The original, the Mutilator. Yeah, you got to see it.
Yep.
I think it's streaming. I think you can watch it on Amazon Prime, and it's streaming in all its bloody gory
It's funny.
glory.
It's funny now. There's so many movies that were so hard to see, not really even that long ago, and now like they're streaming everywhere. You can get cool copies of them.
And then I have to mention Country Club. Are you familiar with the Texas horror filmmakers down there in South Texas? Country Club. Shane Bradford and Joshua Poole made a movie called Country Club, and it stars David Sheridan and a whole bunch of those cool guys down there. It's basically Texas slaughter barbecue horror. That's how I like to put it. I think the tagline is "Home of the Slaughter Q" instead of barbecue. But it's their first film, and there's some good gory stuff in it, and I think they just had their first screening of it, so I hope they get that out in the market soon. Yeah.
Wow.
Joe Cash does say, "I've spoken to Joe briefly before. Us Joe stick together." So very good.
We sure do. Yeah.
And Derek Neal, I like a lot of Joe's work with Todd Sheets.
Oh, thank you, Derek. Yeah. That's right. Bone Hill Road. Yeah.
I like Todd Sheets stuff too.
Yeah.
I saw some of his older stuff that they re-released recently, like it was like shot on video stuff, and it's very fun.
Shot on half-inch video.
Yeah,
I'm always whenever I watch shot on half-inch video stuff, I have my own stuff. It's always like it's almost like you're torturing your eyes because it's so good. It's like this is not good for my eyes to watch this.
Yeah, right. But yeah, I agree. But there's just something I forget the company, but there's a new company that's been re-releasing a lot of shot on video, like just some weird stuff, and it has been fun to watch because a lot of it I've not seen before. Maybe it probably not stuff you want to put on your big like widescreen TV because it's probably still not going to look too good. But yeah.
I made movies back in high school and that I like to pull out and show. In fact, I put a couple of links up on my wall recently, and it's all the memories I got from back then. But it's like you want to lose a couple of hours off your eyesight by watching it, trying to like decipher what you're looking at. Is that? And that used to be like regular television for people too back in the day.
Yeah.
Like even watching like reruns of Roseanne, you're like, this is my iPhone shoots better than this.
Yeah, and it looks all that stuff looks worse now on the big screen too. It's all stretched out. And yeah, it's bad. And it's no secret you have very thick glasses here, so I don't know how your eyesight is, but
It's not good. It's not good. I had glasses at 40. I'm 50, maybe 53 this year. Yeah, my eyesight's just kind of, And then when you have to work like in the detail, like I have to have light on everything now, and I'm working up close and like in people's faces and this kind of stuff. But I do my best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, where can people follow you to see what you're up to?
People can follow me on Instagram at Joe_Castro_director, or I'm on Facebook every day. Facebook.com/Joe.Castro. Send me a friend request, but more importantly, send me a message. Say hello. Let's make a movie. And then, of course, you can always see all my work online at JoeCastroFX.com. I have my entire portfolio resume online there. And
Nice.
You're bound to see something you've never seen before there. What was I going to say? I think I just reached over 100 feature film credits recently.
wow.
I think I'm like at 103 now.
Congratulations, yeah.
103 feature
That's
film credits.
wild.
And those are all stuff where I've been hired to work on the film, over the years. And I'm very proud of my body of work. And I know like people like Brink Stevens have well over 200. And I aspire to be. I don't know if I'll get another 100 in me in the next 40 years. You never know. You never know.
You're always busy, though. That might be 2 weeks from now with you.
You're very kind. Very kind.
And hopefully it's End Zone 3D,
End
but
Zone
if not
3D.
End Zone
there you
3D,
go.
hopefully in the
End Zone
future,
3D. End Zone 3D.
we get to work on something at some time. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, we could use if you write the script and you pick a shooting date, you can start working towards that, and whatever happens will happen. You know what I mean? Like you might find somebody to shoot it for you. You might get just enough money to do this and that. But if you have a script and you have a shooting date, you can start working towards it. So we can always start with that. End Zone 3D. I would love to help write it as well. So.
All right. Yeah. Hopefully, Michael and Sophia are out there listening.
Yeah. All the stars will align, and then all of us can be in it. Maybe we can all be in it.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm all about it.
You want to be in it, Annabelle? Okay, good. Good.
Joe, what I would really like, and you might say no, and I accept, is let me be like your special effects buddy.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Come and please help. Yeah, please help.
You like lived I think I mentioned this on Facebook. You lived my dream of like being young and doing art and doing the things and like going and doing it. I remember looking at Fangoria as a kid, but none of my friends liked any of that. And I was a girl, like there I was at that time. So
I basically have surrounded myself by talented women these days. That's who I work with. I work with Elisa Lex, and she's I don't ever want to make a movie without her. And the other makeup artists that I work with, special effects artists, with the exception of one, which is Josh Wasilink, are women that I work with, and because they're dedicated to their craft, they know what they're doing. I can delegate authority, and they will get it done. They won't come back with me with an excuse, and they always do their very best because they know that the job that they're doing is literally the interview for their next job. And that's why I like working with women. So absolutely come and play with us on set and be creative with us on set. If you're not LA based, are you in LA?
No.
Yeah. So but hopefully maybe sometime wherever you're at. But if we're here in LA, I would absolutely put you to work. And it's great to have a second set of eyes, no matter who it is, to bounce stuff off of. Because I'm working in the details. Sometimes I'm not looking at the big picture.
Yeah.
I work a lot in the details. I need other people, especially people that have a non-biased opinion, that have nothing to gain by telling me the truth, which I really, really appreciate. So
awesome. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's always great to talk with you, Joe, and see
Neal,
you.
I love you, brother. Troy, I love you, brother. And Annabelle, now my sister. Yeah, I love. Yeah, it was such an honor and a privilege to be on the show, and I hope I said something that will inspire somebody to do the next right thing and get up and go chase their dream and live the most amazing version of themselves.
Love it.
I like that. That's a great idea.
and we will talk to you soon.
All right. Have a good night, everybody.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
take care, Joe.
Bye.
Always
Thank you.
good to see
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Joe's the man. We're going to,
Not at all.
thanks to Joe Castro on here, we're going to play the new trailer for what's coming up on hold on here. I'm trying to get all this stuff ready. I'm very sorry. We're going to play the new trailer for our video, New Village video, and then we'll get Tara on and we'll talk about the trailer we're about to watch, which I have
Nice.
now ready.
Warning, the following preview is not suitable for most audiences. Now available on New Village Video.
Oh, naughty canary. These girls are going to battle over your favors in a combat without rules. The winner will be yours.
Go on.
You don't think you owe me anything? No, you're right. You don't owe me anything. I owe you something.
Wait, what are you doing?
Getting what you deserve.
For the very best of modern grindhouse, art house, and indie genre films, visit newvillagevideo.com, where the grindhouse never stops.
And we're back here once again. And I'm still Nasty Neal. Or no, I'm Necro Neal now.
Oh, nice. I remain Terrible Troy, I suppose.
And I am Annabelle Lecter.
Mm-hmm. And we're joined by Tara Hutchison of New Village Video. Hello. No red blazer, though. She told me to wear
No red blazer. I had to retire it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So we just watched a new trailer. A lot of cool stuff there. I don't think I've actually seen any of these movies, which is very exciting for me because a lot of times I think I've seen everything, and you guys show some really wild stuff.
Crazy. Yeah.
I'm glad that you're interested. Yeah, this time we decided to go add a collection of classic titles.
Nice.
You can see a lot of those are from the 80s. I think Little Corey Gory, I think, is early 90s, but the rest are 80s. So it's definitely hard to find those older titles that are good, but that also capture that moment in film history, you know, and also that are good scans. There's a lot that we run into that we would love to show, but the scans are just not great. You know, the audio.
Yeah, like Joe was talking about earlier, some of that stuff shown in video is not good on your eyes. Yeah.
No.
It's true. Yeah, we were very fortunate to be able to get good scans of all those movies. So very exciting. Yeah, definitely. So we've got the first one, Psychos in Love. That's about a strip club owner that falls in love with a manicurist, and they both discover that they have a love of killing. So they go on a murder spree in love, and I like the fashion in it because I love the 80s, of course. So that has all the big hair, the blue eye shadow, and a lot of gore, really good practical effects. Once again, like you were talking earlier about, practical effects are just hard to find, especially in like the older films. So there's definitely some good ones there. Very, very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I think I speak very. There's a charm to even bad practical effect has a charm to it. Where I think bad CG just looks bad.
It's true. It's like when you see news scans of movies from like the 50s and 60s, and it's really obvious they're using chocolate syrup.
Well, that's because I said this before, but we went to see Texas Chainsaw Massacre on 35 millimeters of really bad print, but it really added to the movie. Then we saw a restored version, and it took a lot away from the movie because it was too bright, so you saw stuff that was supposed to be like hidden in shadows, and it actually took away from the movie.
It's true. Yeah, we're very fortunate to get these. I'm very excited. Second one you saw was Gwendolyn. That one is out of control. Just the preview you saw, that was pretty tame. I think there's a part right after that where all the women have to fight to the death to be able to sleep with the guy.
I noticed the off like voice and face, but I think they did that very intentionally to not have their voices synchronized.
Oh, yeah, that's actually because it's a French film.
Is it? So it's not intentionally. At first I was like, I think they're doing this on purpose to be ridiculous, but no, it's just like actual authentic ridiculousness.
Yes. So it's kind of like those old like Italian giallo films where sometimes you can tell it's dubbed and then other times they're speaking English. So it's kind of, you're not sure if the audio was off or not. But yeah, this one's French. So it's a whole different kind of weird. It's basically like Indiana Jones meets Zardos meets a horror film meets Romancing the Stone. Because there's a lot of
I've been looking for that movie.
Yeah. I was thinking about dressing as Zardos for Halloween.
I love that idea.
Yeah.
You should.
Walk around Salem, yeah. New England fall's a good time for that that outfit, I think.
There you go. Nice and nippy.
Right, yeah. Hits through the roof here on the podcast. But no, that one looked wild. I don't think I'm familiar with the movie at all before I saw the trailer.
Yeah, I'd never seen it before too. I watched it a couple weeks ago, and it's very. I'm surprised I haven't seen it before because the budget was actually pretty big. They have crazy costumes, tons of actors, all kinds of locations. So they basically just find this underground city ruled by women in China. And so the two lovers, go on this adventure to try to find this special artifact. And it gets pretty weird. I'll say that. I don't want to give too much away, but they don't shy away from anything. So that one's pretty fun.
That's a good sales pitch.
Oh, yeah.
Just don't show it to your grandma, basically.
Nicholas Hatch says hi, Tara.
Hi, Nicholas. How are you?
By the way, Tara will also be a judge in the upcoming Severed Limbs.
Very
awesome.
Nice.
As well as Larry from New Village Video.
Yeah, I've already taken a peek, and
very cool.
Been having a great time watching those. So.
Oh, very good. Well, thank you for doing it. And so the third one's House on the Edge of the Park.
Oh yeah, House on the Edge of the Park. That one's probably my favorite. It's very much, it even has one of the same actors from Last House on the Left, the original one. He's one of the bad guys in that one, and then he plays the main bad guy in House on the Edge of the Park.
Yeah, David Hess.
Another really good scan. I believe this one was Italian made. I believe so. But definitely very action-packed. It's one of those stories about people held hostage by two evil criminals, and they just are as evil as humanly possible the whole time, terrorizing these people in their house. I think there's a part where he punches a guy and throws him in the pool and then pisses on him. So it's
Well, when you just saw that, it was a really brutal scene. Very the head smashing, and if people not aware, that's David Hess, as he said, from Last House on the Left, and just a real quick story about. I was going to have him on the show in our early days, and then his agent said, "You can't ask about Last House, especially can't ask about Last House on the Left, but in no horror movies. He only wanted to talk about his folk music." And so I ended up not doing it. But looking back, I kind of wish I did. And either it would have just been just a very bizarre interview where we just talked about folk music, or we could have led somewhere into a horror movie.
That would have been so cool if you could have met him. What is that, Troy?
What is Troy drinking? Is that Gwendolyn?
Yes, it is. Because once
cool.
you said it was French, and then you mentioned that there was a...
Troy bought this just for this part.
Exactly. When I knew that you were showing Sweet Gwendolyn, John Willie was a great old cartoonist.
Oh.
And he invented the character Gwendolyn. So now I have to find this movie.
Oh, wow.
Yes. That would be
hooked.
amazing.
I'm completely hooked now.
Joe Cash says Gwendolyn is such a great film. Sorry about the spelling. I have a 3-disc edition from a few years ago.
Well, how cool.
Yeah.
So
Joe Cash
Gwendolyn
makes
could
some
bring
very strange
everybody
movies, and which actually you'll probably be watching some because they're in several of them, some of them.
Oh, yay. Nice. I love that. Yeah, I'm glad to see some people have already seen it, which is great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, David Hess. That was probably one of the only performances I've seen of his. He's a really underrated actor because he just was that like maniac punk.
Yeah, it's very brutal. He's got a brutal, even just his look, I think, kind of, that comes out. And from understand, which obviously he would be this brutal, crazy dude, but from understand, he's much opposite of that in reality, which maybe is why he didn't like talking about those movies.
They always are, though, right?
Yeah. I would hope so. Like, they're like, man, he was just like that guy in real life.
It's always like the wholesome dad that you find on a show that you find out insane in real life.
That's usually how it is. And from what I understand, doing the wrestling show, a lot of times it's the same way. It's the bad guys are usually the nicest.
Of the group.
Yep. Yeah, that one's definitely a fun one. I like it because it's very fashionable. The house on the edge of the park. It definitely has that like Italian influence on it, where everyone just like really put together, but slowly falls apart by the end of the movie.
And I like that they are trying to get something from David Hess being in it. Using the name is very obvious that they're trying to get some of the audience from Last House on the Left, which I like that personally.
This is true.
Yeah.
Very true. And then the last one you saw was little Corey Gory. That one.
Yeah, what's the story behind that one?
Yeah.
So that one, it's one of those movies where everyone in the movie except their neighbors are pieces of shit. Where like everyone's bad, everyone's crazy. It's about this boy named Corey, and he has a piece of shit family, really abusive. He's crazy, and he finally has enough and ends up kind of taking matters into his own hands, ties his mom up, starts having parties in the house, and then gets a little violent from there. He goes
like
on
a pretty cool guy.
Yeah, pretty nice guy, just kills. And that one's really neat. I'm surprised I haven't seen that one either, because it was definitely very shocking. It's a very shocking film. But once again, the gore is fun. There's a lot of it, a lot of hacksawing and stabbing and chopping people up, and kind of like, remember those movies where it's like the babysitter's dead, so the kids have full control over the house?
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of like one of those.
Yeah.
So
it's like Troy and I's home videos.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That was our childhood, basically.
There you go. But minus the death.
Okay, if you say so.
Yeah, we can go with that.
They survived.
There you go.
But and it's a very catchy name, honestly, Corey. The little Corey
is.
Gory.
Yeah, it's always fun to see those like Southern California movies, because I love California in the 80s. So I love to see like all the fashion and I don't know what the kids were like, the hair, all of it. You know, plus all the insane gore and shocking stuff in that movie, but I don't want to give it away. So definitely have some good stuff. Yeah, this time we brought some classics. I would say these ones are definitely like a violent bunch. So a lot of action packed, just craziness. If you want your mind to melt, we got it.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna check a lot of these out, and I think it'd be fun if we could search any of these people out. Maybe we could get some of the people on the show from some of the movies. That would be cool.
Oh, that would be so cool. That would be so cool.
If anyone's out there, hit me up.
That would be so amazing. I would love to see that. I would love to hear their stories.
Yeah, I agree.
Definitely.
And it's fun for me. I think for everyone here when obviously it's cool to have people on from like really well-known stuff, but there's something cool about getting people on from more obscure, either if it's a new independent film or if it's something weird from the past.
Oh yeah. Well, especially now that I know something that Sweet Gwendolyn was made into a movie, which kind of blows my mind.
Oh, you'll be wasted on the show. You'll be drinking straight.
Exactly. I gotta get another bottle of that now.
Just drink the whole thing by the end.
Exactly.
I'm gonna fall off the wagon and start drinking some show.
You're looking for some good French gin. Sweet Gwendolyn is
gin. Interesting.
I don't think I've ever had French.
It's so weird how things come together. We had gone to see Dita Von Teese. She was in Boston.
When?
And this was
recently?
Yeah, January.
No kidding. Wow.
Yep. And
Good
so
for her.
it was my first burlesque show. I'd never seen one before.
Wow.
And so B and I both minds were blown.
Yeah.
And the official drink of the show was Sweet Gwendolyn. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's John Willie's old cartoon, his old, comic book. And John Willie, like, he was kind of a fetish artist. He had a thing for like corsets, a lot of bondage. Like maybe some people here today, but and so I was hooked. I was like, oh my God, this gin is made for me. And it was absolutely the best gin I have ever had. And now knowing that this movie exists, whatever was left of my mind is now blown.
There you go.
Now combine that with watching the movie.
I know.
Burlesque shows always give me jump scares.
They give you jump scares? Really interesting.
Because like first time I saw one, I didn't know that they like did stuff fast. So I'm just like watching, and then they're like, "Caca," with like the noise, and I'm just like, oh, so I like never know what's gonna happen next. I'm like, what's she gonna do? And then they do something.
Let's see. Mariella says she loves Dita, and she also says that she likes when they're streaming. She means on the Facebook page. Yeah. So if people not aware, the last few shows, we stream it on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter all at the same time. So it actually gets a lot of views on the Facebook. Seems the most popular. So that's cool. I'm glad people can watch it wherever they want to watch it. So.
Yes,
that is good.
And a new Village Video. What's the website for people to check out these fine films?
Yeah.
So it's newvillagevideo.com.
Yeah, that's very easy to remember.
Yep, there you go. Go on there. There's a bunch of titles. We're adding new ones all the time. And we'll be bringing you more trailers, showing you all the madness. And all of our titles are also exclusive. So you can only see them on New Village Video. So, yeah, make sure to check it out.
Yeah. So, I don't know if you're I know you're excited about working on some stuff yourself coming up. When does that start?
Oh, yeah. So many projects this year. Oh my God. So yeah, we're filming a movie in the next couple months. It'll be very trippy, kind of a drugsploitation kind of film. I'm really excited about that. So I'll be in that, and I'll also be doing production design and helping with styling for that, which is always fun. And I'm definitely influenced by all these movies that I watch, you know. Nice. There's definitely going to be some absurd characters, a lot of smoky eye, I don't know why I love everyone to look like Tim Burton characters. And we also got a documentary coming out. It's kind of a mockumentary about a nude religion. So that'll be pretty fun. And then we're also going to start releasing New Village Video. We're going to call them tests, where we're going to be doing tiny, tiny little shorts to post of horror, you name it, all kinds of weird little moments. So definitely expect a lot of nonsense and a lot of strangeness.
We are all pro nonsense here.
And strangeness.
And, yeah.
Yes.
Both sides of my poster board I usually wear.
There you go.
So I also want to ask you something quick too. Is I think it was the first time we had you on, and you talked. I think you had just seen Street Trash. I think it was Street Trash. It's because it was a movie where people like turned to slime.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know if you're aware they're actually remaking Street Trash.
Whoa.
Oh, cool.
And it's not like so sometimes you hear that and it's like, well, who the hell's making it? But it's a guy who made Fried Barry, who makes really cool movies, which I think you would really like, Fried Barry. Yep. So I'm actually really excited about this.
Fried Barry, I'll check that out.
It's
not berry like strawberry, berry like
BARRY, Fried
like
Barry.
Bill Hader's show.
Yeah, it's a really bizarre. It's a South African filmmaker. He's very cool.
Oh. That's cool. They've been making a lot of really neat, like shot on video action films in Nigeria.
Oh, really?
Have you seen those? I think one of them's called Who Killed Captain Alex.
Oh.
And they have like everyone in the town making all the props. So they have a guy who's like the prop builder, and he carves all of the bullets out of wood and makes. And from far away, you can't even tell that it's wood. He does such a good job.
Oh, that's fabulous.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, they're bringing it. It's really fun.
Oh.
And modern, it's easier now. A lot of these things are more accessible than they used to be. It used to be like it would be impossible to ever find a movie like that. But with the internet and the different streaming sites, like there are, some of the stuff you might have to seek it out, but you can actually find it and watch it.
This is true.
And for them to even make it, like there are people that would not have been able to put their own stuff out. Now can.
Yeah, there would be no platform for it or anything.
Yeah. Right.
That's true. You get to see all kinds of people who you've never gotten to see the kind of art.
Yes.
Like that we've never had access to before.
Yeah. So true.
Yeah, because people, I think it's there's a lot of Asian horror movies we're familiar with and Italian and stuff, but there's lots of other countries out there, obviously. So it's cool to check this stuff out.
Definitely. Definitely. Yeah, I know we've gotten some filmmakers from Canada, and a lot of their content has been banned.
Really?
There.
In Canada? Or? Yeah, okay.
I don't know if you've ever heard of him, but Remy Couture is a really good special effects makeup artist. Mm-hmm. And kind of like Cannibal Holocaust, they thought some of the videos were real.
Oh, okay.
And so they got him in trouble for it. He's like, no, it's not real. It's just makeup.
When you're too good at your craft.
Yeah. Basically the best compliment you could have.
Yeah.
I don't think that Cannibal Holocaust always gets, because I think a lot of people, myself sometimes, they give credit to Blair Witch as being like the first found footage movie, but Cannibal Holocaust really is.
I'm so glad you said that, because I agree. Definitely.
Yeah, it gets overlooked, I think. They put it just in with all the other cannibal movies, but it's...
How fun.
Yeah. Nicholas says, thank you, Tara, for being part of Severed Limbs.
Oh, no problem. Thank you for having me. I'm very honored. I hope I do a good job.
Yeah, of course you will. Yeah, you're much better than that Jason Mitten guy. He doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
Jason.
Kick him to the curb.
No. He's a good guy. He likes it if I'm a little mean to him. So anything else going on for you, Tara?
Oh, just adding movies and staying busy, making content and watching Grindhouse films.
Awesome.
Sounds like
I think that's
nothing wrong with any of that.
Nope. But yeah, thank you so much again for having me and for
course.
watching the trailer.
Yeah. No, thank you for coming on, and we'll do this again in the near future.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Always great to talk with you.
Yeah.
Always good to see Troy and Annabelle and Neal.
Yeah. Well, the third guy, not so much, but the other two are cool. All right. So let's see. We'll play some kind of video, and we'll be back with, I don't know what we're going to talk about. We'll talk about something, but we'll be right back. So what do I have here? Oh, this is as heard of on a former episode of Without Your Head with Joe Alves, who directed Jaws 3D and also made the Jaws in the original film.
Hi, my name is Kevin Kepi, and I am your nightmare mom. And you are watching Without Your Head. Head.
And something else I want to clarify, because I hear these experts on podcasts saying the shark didn't work, so they used the barrels. Absolutely not true. If you see on my storyboards, the barrels are in the book. Mm-hmm. And I painted them yellow because I figured they would stand out because they're normally black. But that's the way they would shoot them with a harpoon. And then so what Stephen wanted to do, and it's in the storyboards, wanted to create a Hitchcock kind of thing. There's a barrel. He can't go down with 2 barrels. He goes down with 2 barrels. He gets 3 barrels. So we used the shark, or I should say Stephen used it, and we storyboarded. I've got 200 storyboards here, and every shark shot that we storyboarded, we got. So we got as much as the shark as we wanted, because I think you could overdo it. Today, they'll do a big shark thing, and there'll be 1,000 sharks. And with CGI, that's the thing about CGI is you could overuse it. I mean, you could make a really streamlined looking shark, but you tend to, oh yeah, we'll throw that in there because it's easy, you know.
Hi, this is Michael Ironside, and you're listening Without Your Head.
Hello, this is actor Michael Gross, and you're listening to Without Your Head.
Hey, and we're back here at the Station of Decapitation Without Your Head. Very cool to talk with Miles Doleac, good man. It's very cool to see him in Renfield. Joe Castro, very talented guy and just a super sweet man.
Yep.
So he's great. And Tara, Miss Tara, very fun to have on the show.
Triple threat right there, Chief.
Exactly. And so yeah, Tara will be on every once in a while here to talk about the different movies that are coming out from New Village Video. And I told her she can stay on long as she wants if she wants to talk about whatever else we're talking about. So I have some stuff here. Anything else you guys want to talk about? I have some stuff that I saved throughout the week. Some cool stuff.
I've been up for a long time, so I'm pretty brain dead. So just
go
for it, and I'll do my.
All right. Well, I was happy to see Texas Chainsaw Massacre board game.
Oh yeah.
We're all big fans of board games.
Oh yeah.
And I also like that when I was reading about it, is that it's a cooperative play. So everyone, you're not trying to kill each other. You're actually working together to escape the family. And I always like those kind of games.
Yeah,
especially when you play with a bunch of friends. It's fun sometimes not to try to compete with each other and actually all of you survive it together.
Yes.
Unless you're the awful green things, then it's more fun to be there.
Yeah, well, that is a good game. I have that somewhere. I'll have to bring it sometime somewhere we go somewhere. Joe says, I wanted to talk about how amazing Krista Robinson is in Terror Tunes 4. Performance was perfect. Totally knocked it out of the ballpark. Truly powerful. So
awesome.
I will let her know that. I talked to her earlier today about Joe coming on. We love Trista, and she'll be back on the show at some point here. Yeah.
On the same time as her?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, there's those rumors that the two of you aren't really separate people. That
we are.
Mm.
Definitely. She's great. I got to meet her in LA for the End Zone 2 and Smash Mouth.
Oh yeah.
Premiere, and she's a super lovely person. I really enjoyed meeting her. So Neal, what are you doing over
I'm
there?
just texting someone. So Mariella is in the chat, and you can send your films now to South Texas Underground Film Festival. They are taking submissions.
Very cool.
Big fan of stuff. It's one of my favorite festivals. I was gonna have the whole lineup tonight for Severed Limbs, but then I realized there's 50 submissions, and I started to do it, and I did not have time to do it before the show. So I'm gonna do a special live video sometime this weekend where I'll just go over them all, and then again next week we'll go over all the videos.
50 submissions or 50?
But that also includes trailers. So.
Oh, okay.
So it's not just like everybody sent you, and you've got like they just sent you 50. Like you've.
There's 50 submissions, so they've not all been accepted, but.
Got it.
There's a lot though. There was because I wanted to have the poster for I did not foresee this being such a big ordeal to have ready for the show tonight, so, especially with 3 guests. So
yep.
But I'll have it. I thought maybe I'll just do it this weekend, and then we'll also talk about it again next week. So there's time. But that is next. Another thing I did want to mention that's next Saturday, the 13th.
Wow.
And I'm gonna for the first time. The first few we actually did on Facebook, and then the last bunch of them have been on YouTube. Mm-hmm. The next one, it'll be the first one that we're doing like this show here. It's going to stream on Facebook and YouTube simultaneously.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yes.
How will you can do that through this?
Yes, I tested this out for the Kansas bowling interview. We're going to have her later on in the month for a longer interview, but I did a short one for her new movie. And I tested that one out with this setup, and basically just pre-record it, and then I could broadcast it everywhere. So that's what I'm going to do Severed Limbs.
Awesome.
And I think that'll be a cool way.
From the Facebook. I always enjoy it.
A lot of people prefer the Facebook over the YouTube.
Yeah.
So anyway, it'll be cool because everyone can use either one they want. So
yeah, it's a win-win.
And what about people having chat conversations? So if they are
probably the best. Well, again, some people would not use the YouTube, vice versa. You know what I'm saying? So probably the best will be on YouTube. If you join the chat, I think it's easier to chat on the YouTube. But I don't know. There's a lot of people that chat on the Facebook. So it'll be the first time we do it this way. We'll see how it goes.
Yes.
If I could pop up, but I don't want to interfere with the movie. Anyway, we'll figure it out. It'll be up for a couple days too, but I would prefer everyone comes for the live show. But it'll stay up for a day or two for people who cannot stay up the whole 6 hours or whatever it is.
Very nice. Well, it might even be longer if you got that many submissions.
Yeah, I don't know the exact runtime yet, but we will also have a trailer for it very soon. And the trailer, I just got the music today, is done by Mr. Nicholas Hatch.
Yahoo! Very nice.
An original theme song for Severed Limbs the 13th.
That's cool.
Awesome.
Nice job, Nicholas.
I can't believe this is the 13th one. That's kind of crazy.
What?
Time flies by.
Wow.
I want to do an inspirational mirror scene with Bill Whedon and N-Zone 3D from Joe Castro. I like this. I don't know who said this. I love you, Neil Jones, but I like that comment.
They all said that.
Right?
Oh, Mariella. I love her too. All right. Let's see here. Let's see. So Sorrow Seed is our music of the month. It's very cool. Tomorrow, the third Saturday in October, part 5 and part 1 come out. So I did an interview earlier in the week with Jay Burleson and Kansas Bowling. Kansas is the star of part 5, and Jay wrote and directed both of them.
Nice.
So it's a really interesting idea. So part 5 you're supposed to watch first.
Mm-hmm.
And it's made like we've seen a lot of like throwback 80s slasher films, and this is a throwback to a 90s deep into the franchise sequel to an 80s. So it's like a trying to catch a vibe of like a Friday the 13th part 5 or Halloween part 4 or 5, where it's like this kind of weird sequel that starts to venture off into weirdness, deep into and so that you watch that first, and then you watch the first one, and I will say they really work well that way. I would say I probably like the first one the best, but I do like the part one, which is actually the sequel. This is very confusing, but it's interesting because a lot of the stuff that you would take for granted watching 5 is set up in 1, which is kind of an interesting way to tell the story. It sounds very
like a
weird.
map or something. Like you need to get out the chart and use like some dry erase markers to explain this now.
And so the number 1 is very much an 80s throwback film. They both look very different. There's a lot of similarities between it and End Zone 2, even though there's much different, but there's a lot of similarities. So it's an interesting film, and from what I understand, Jay Burleson was a big fan of End Zone 2 and Once in Future Smash. He saw them at Panic Fest. So that was cool. And Michael and Sophia saw their film at Panic Fest. So anyway, it's really interesting, and I would recommend checking it out.
Very cool.
And I'm looking forward to seeing Cuddly Toys by Kansas Bowling.
That trailer looks like madness.
Yeah, and some of like the reviews of it too, I thought were really interesting. Some people were saying like it should be shown to like all girls in like sex education classes in like elementary school, and some people are just saying it's like total insanity. So I have no idea what to expect from this.
Is there any chance that they're trying to be funny?
I don't think the reviews are, but I don't know. It's very weird, but we'll find out. We'll be seeing it soon. Let's see here. We have a lot of conversation. Oh, Trista Robinson here. She's in the chat. What? Beyond honored to work with the great Joe Castro. What a lovable, mad scientist you are. Love, love, love. That's very nice. And she's also hi to Mariella Perez. XOXO. Very nice. Very nice. Well, I'm glad she got to see that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fabio Frizzi has a biography coming out. It's very exciting.
Nice.
Yes. It was a really good conversation with him. I really liked it. So that'll be cool.
Yeah, he'll be
Is it
back
gonna
on
be at the theaters, or will it be on?
No, it's a
Shudder or
book.
something?
It's a book.
Oh, book.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Very nice.
From Cairo, I don't know how you say this. Cairo Petter press.com. I'll put the link here in the group. But I think if you just put in Fabio Frizzi biography, you'll find it too.
Okay.
I'm seeing a comment here that I'm really into, and because it says Facebook user, I'm not sure which person said it, but I like that. Yeah, there is this implied that Trista's character is still alive at the end of End Zone 2, and therefore can be in End Zone 3D, which is awesome.
I agree. You don't know about, Backwards Bob could still, he might not be all there, but,
Might not be all there. You're going to be like,
he's got no, we don't want to give away too much.
Do an iPad.
Even though I think you kind of see it in the,
Can you have, oh my Lord, I just had an idea about a prosthetic eye that's actually just like this ridiculous fake eye on the top of your like.
Right. Yeah, I like that.
Be like Columbo, only more ridiculous.
All right. Oh, I sent that to the wrong person. Someone was asking about the music. The music will be at the end of the show.
Music should be throughout the show. Neal.
It is. We played one earlier. Razanest is on Fandor.com.
What is it?
Razanest, which is made by Johannes Gertzenberg. I forget his last name.
Why
my
did
buddy Johansson?
This came up out of the blue. Where did it come from?
Well, I saw we had Johansson on the show.
Yeah.
And his newest film, Ratzenest, which played a lot of festivals that I was at. It's on the website Fandor. So now you can people who had not seen it at festivals, they can see it.
Very good.
Very cool.
Streaming. which is very nice to see.
Yes.
I want everyone to know. People remember the old the mixtapes that used to be on the website.
Mm-hmm.
Love those.
They were lost because they were named differently than the other shows, but I had them all saved like hard copies. So I'm gonna re-release those, and then Annabelle thought it'd be good to bring them back, and I agree. So I think the idea of going forward is just to do them straight up without a theme to them, because sometimes when I have a theme, it's hard to get enough, people. So the thing is, there'll only be one track per person, so you can't have like 3 tracks from the same person on a thing. But anyway, going forward, I'll have information to send me some tracks that you would like people to check out. Could be something new, could be something old.
So for
And
people who don't know what that is, there's music of the month, and we got into all this music stuff, and it got a lot of bands and performers kind of like interested in contributing their music and all that. And so Neal started making these like in the design of like the olden mixtape. Some of you you're probably all old enough to know what that is, anybody that's watching this, but maybe some of you young folks don't have mixtapes. But at any rate, it's just like a compilation of cool music from people that are interested in submitting. It's usually like horror-ish people. And they're a lot of fun. And it's an opportunity for people who are out there making music, indie people, to get their stuff heard. So if you've got some tracks, send them out to Neal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm very confused. Oh, Trista. I was like, looked like Neal was posting in here, but it was Trista and the without your head thing.
Cool.
But yeah, Trista could have been on tonight too. I'm sorry if I didn't know she was available.
No.
Neal.
So have any of
One
you?
woman per show.
What?
One woman per show.
No, it was a hectic show to put together this week but it's been very good show, very good show. So have any of you guys seen Evil Dead Rise?
I have not.
I guess it's doing very well, which and from understanding they're going to be making more of them. I won't give any spoilers away. Now, this is all I said about it on Facebook. I said it was my 5th favorite Evil Dead, and people took that to mean like I hated the movie. And that's not true. Just that I like all the Evil Dead movies.
Oh,
yeah, me too.
5th favorite.
Yeah, it's probably the first 3 are my favorite, and then I actually really like the remake, but I would still put it below the original 3. And then I would put this either right with the remake or right below it. I do prefer the campier original 3, but that does not mean I dislike the remake or this one. I think all of them are good.
Give me a minute here. I have to step off for a second. I've got a person. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. But yeah, no, it's I dig all of them.
I'm with you. I like the remake too. I haven't seen this one yet though.
Yeah, you should check it out. It's got a little more comedy than the remake. Not as campy as the original 3 movies.
Yeah.
The remake in this don't really have the Ash character, which I don't think you could recreate because it would just come off as a copy. But at the same time, they're obviously not the same without that character.
Agreed.
And so I would say the most memorable character in this one is the mom Deadite that you see in the trailer. The sister hero character is cool, but she's not I always hate to compare them to Ash, but she's cool. Sorry. But I think a lot of the secondary characters are not interesting at all.
Well, really?
So, but I still like the movie. I'm not saying anything bad about the movie.
Right.
Are we still talking about Evil Dead?
Yeah, but we just finished.
I had a client who doesn't ever call me, ever called, and I was like, "Oh, what's happening?" But they're fine. They're butt dial. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I hope everything's all right.
Yeah, everything's fine. It was
All right. So Joe Cash, who was in the chat earlier, he wanted us if we could let everyone know. Screaming Screening will be at HorrorCon in Sheffield, United Kingdom on the 20th and the 21st of this month. Joe Cash, Stella Paris, Julia Lava, I'm sorry, I don't know her name, Damien S. Fear, and Ray Gunn, as well as the original Hellraiser Cenobite cast, including Doug Bradley, as well as Kane Harder and artist Rick Milton. So that's very exciting.
I totally forgot to ask Joe about his future con appearances because Joe's going to be out and about at conventions.
Oh, very cool. Yeah, I remember a couple years ago he was wanting to get into conventions and do like live, like molds and makeup and stuff.
Oh, that would be great.
Yeah, that's what he's going to do. I think it's awesome. So I know you were going somewhere else with that, but I knew I'd also totally forget if I didn't bring it up in a moment. So.
No, but yeah, no, it was just about that convention and Joe, the other Joe that we were talking about. So it's multiple Joes here, but
Joes across the nation.
Yeah. So, but that's very cool. That'll be at a HorrorCon in Sheffield, United Kingdom.
Yeah. Where's Sheffield?
You said Sheffield. I think that's in England, isn't it? Sheffield?
I think, but New England has like a million different Englandy names. We probably have it across the country, but I think probably UK.
Yeah, he said I said UK. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Sheffield, UK.
Very good.
Trash Arts are they're doing their festival, Pompeii Genre Film Festival, Pompeii Wood, which they're very cool people. Sam Mason Bell, who will also be a judge in Severed Limbs. We'll have the link on the website and in this group here, so you can check that out. Lots of cool places out there to submit your short films.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
I think they take short and feature films.
Nice.
And I will be a judge on the short films for that.
Mm-hmm.
So make something that would appeal to Neal. Which I don't know what that would mean.
Come from, huh? Who's talking about the cool bands? The UK is where a lot of cool bands come from. I know that.
Oh yeah, definitely. We could see if anyone would you want to take video calls if anyone's up for it.
I guess someone trying to call in.
Well, I don't know. We get a lot of people here. I'll just see.
Or
I know we're just kind of doing out of the blue, so yeah. Mariella says that's where all the cool bands come from, Sheffield. So how are you doing, Troy?
All is well. We went and saw one of the neatest things at the theater. Is I think Tuesday was the last day for it, but they made a live action play of Spirited Away, the Studio Ghibli one. And mind was also blown on that one.
Oh my Lord.
Luckily, I have this regenerating mind because this one was crazy good. It was such like the labor of love. The set designs, the costume designs, everything was perfect. It was like straight out of the movie. Even like the spider guy with 8 arms and running the toilet room. How they pulled that off was just amazing. Like everything about it was just so brilliant, so beautiful.
That was in Boston?
It was at the Fathom event. So they had the play in Japan and they simulcast it around to different theaters.
That's amazing. I love that movie.
I do too.
That's my favorite Ghibli movie.
It's probably their masterpiece. Not my personal favorite, but I'm a Mononoke guy.
I was thinking that it's like those two, right?
Yeah,
they're very
Howl's
different.
Moving Castle's right there with them too. I love that one too.
Yes. That is great.
But if you get a chance to, if it comes around again, you definitely have to see it. It was amazing.
Definitely. It's very cool. I don't know how many. Neal, you're not a Ghibli guy.
But I think he's seen Spirited Away.
I do like Spirited Away. That's with Baba Yaga's hut, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Baba's the witch and the
Oh wait, no, that's not the Baba Yaga one. And
Well, I think
Baba
Baba
Yaga
must be
is-
just the name for a witch because they're also Babas.
Yeah,
Oh,
someone told me recently that's like just a Russian term for evil or something. Because I guess
Oh, is it?
John Wick is called Baba Yaga.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which I thought like that does. I don't think Baba Yaga like John Wick, like
No.
Keanu Reeves with like a
But
black
yeah, this one's got the witch sisters,
jacket.
and the one runs a bathhouse, and then her twin sister is somewhere else.
Hmm.
But I think you've seen it, Neal. I think you liked it, and you'd love the play anyway, just because like watching it live and just all the set
So
designs
visual.
and how it's just
Yeah.
crazy. I
Who's
mean, the
up-
only thing was it's 3 hours long, where I think the movie probably an hour and a half, but just when you're doing a live thing, it's probably a little longer anyway.
My buddy here, Hamilton Alexander, he makes a lot of cool art, and he
Oh
just
my
made
God.
these. It's Baba Yaga hut earrings.
I love them. Those are so cool.
So they, yeah, he makes a lot of cool stuff. Let's see here. Tazo the Greek says Baba Yaga is also a witch who rides around a hut in chicken legs. Yeah, that's what we mentioned. She's from Russian folklore. Yeah.
Yeah, Baba is different things in different languages. Baba is.
It's a great dessert.
What's
There's a really cool Baba Yaga in that new Hellboy, which I know got a lot of hate, but I actually am a fan of the new Hellboy. I thought it was a
I
good
might
movie.
have to watch it now.
And the Baba Yaga is great in it.
Means father in Arabic. I don't know how to pronounce this other one in some other African languages, while it was a nickname for an old lady or grandmother in certain Slavic languages. So I don't know what this evil thing is or where that came from, who said that, but I think they're wrong. I'm so curious. So Tazo, is that Anastasios?
Yeah. Anastasios Theodosiadius.
Say that 10 times.
Otherwise known as Tazo the Greek.
Yes.
Slavic countries have their own variations.
Makes sense. Cool story. So, who was the other person in the chat here that was into Ghibli? I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that right.
I don't either. I always say Ghibli, but it could be Ghibli. I really don't.
I believe that was Mariella. I believe there's a way that you have to sign in to get your name posted on in the Facebook group. I really don't know. But yeah, that was Mariella.
Good taste, Mariella.
Yeah, she's cool.
Yeah. So what? There's no like controversies in the world of horror to get all.
Do you want to say the new? There's two different versions of this. Here's the original version. Paul Eller's approved Mars shirt. It's very cool. And I saw it. I didn't see it out in the wild, but I saw he was at a convention and there was people getting autographs who were wearing it. And I was like, holy shit, that's pretty awesome.
That's very cool.
So I know Paul was really excited about it. I sent him two, one for him and one for his son. And then he was really sharing it and people were buying it. And there's also another cool thing. The shirt is also available, and that is
love that one too.
That's so great. Troy, you're a genius. I love your art.
So gotta start doing some more. I've been bad lately.
Be cool.
Yeah, we got some ideas.
After hearing Joe Castro, now maybe I'll be inspired.
That would be awesome.
Do some stuff.
You are so like. There's no one else draws like you. Like, it's so unique. It's awesome. You see it and it's like, that's a Troy Jones draw.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's really cool.
That joins, there's 8 of these, so it's a lot, but it joins the Nasty O's, which is dill pickle flavored frosted cereal with brain mellows. Terra berries, look at that. That's with
I have that shirt.
Very cool. And then there's a bunch of other ones. I actually don't have them all saved here, but yeah, there's terror treacherous treats, and greasy flakes, and a lot of cool ones. They're very fun. Tyler, who kind of the unseen member of all the stuff that we do, because he's created all the websites, but he's a very shy man, never likes to be seen or heard from. But
he's a
anyway,
mysterious man.
he's a mysterious man.
It's
Yeah,
much, like he could be shy or he could be mysterious.
well, twice I went to England, where he lives, and I told him, and he's just like, okay, and I was like, all right, whatever. But anyway,
Like, that's nice.
yeah.
Have a good time.
Yeah, it's not care at all. But he's also like probably the only person that's involved in any of the podcasts I've never had like an argument with, and I've known him for
really?
like 20 years. So, yeah. But maybe that's why he just knows just to not really care too much.
He's just
But,
like, oh man, Neal's on a rant. Yep, okay, whatever you say, dude.
But we'll be doing some new updates for the site soon. I'd like to get some little bios up for us and some cool stuff on the website.
So I am seeing a news controversial horror remake cast major pop star in her first role, and that is the remake of Faces of Death.
Really? What a weird movie to remake.
Yeah.
Hey, you're not kidding.
This is from Screen Rant. I don't want to not credit them, from maybe a week ago. Face of Death remake has now added a major pop. Can I do this if I give them credit, right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
The film, which is being co-written and co-directed by Issa Mazet, sorry if that's wrong, and Daniel Goldhaber, remake of the notorious 1978 film of the same name, which purported to present a collection of real-life snuff films, though quite a few of them were later revealed to be staged. The film's cast already includes Stranger Things star Docker, I don't know how to pronounce that. It's the same thing as Stoker guy, Montgomery, and Euphoria's Barbie Ferreira. Per the Wrap, Face of Death just brought on pop star Charlie XCX. I'm not young, so I don't know who that is, to play an unspecified role. But all right, so Faces of Death, I don't even know what they would.
No, because really part of the Faces of Death when it was out, a big part of it was, a lot of people thought, how much of this is real? It was presented as all real, and then as years went on, like parts of it was fake, and maybe all of it was fake, or maybe a couple of things were real. So it's a weird thing it was really like part of that time, because there wasn't an internet to go look it up if this is real or fake.
Yeah.
And if you know this is all like just...
Yeah, if it's just all clips of people dying, I don't really think that's much of a movie.
And they're real people, like just, like celebrities dying. Like,
yeah,
I don't think that guy's really dead.
It's kind of like ABC's of Death then at that point.
I don't know if you can access this. I don't know what you can do, Neal, but oh wait, this is a better. But this little thing I just posted, because there's a picture and it's these two very beautiful women and they're face to face in red gowns. And there's like this background. It looks like it's outside. And then there's some like Ultraman kind of weird Japanese dude thing with, I don't know. I don't understand what the hell this is supposed to be. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get it. I don't know why this would be Faces of Death. I am so confused.
So Taza wants to know if Neal is going to eat monkey brains.
Oh, yeah. That was one of the famous ones from that.
Is Annabelle going to get eaten by a crocodile?
Oh, yeah.
And is Troy? These are going to be Troy's new pictures. This will be our own faces. And is Troy going to get mauled by dogs in a used car lot? Man.
All right, I like that. I'll be eaten by Shiba Inus.
I'm just eating brains. Everyone else is just getting destroyed.
I know, we're fucked. We're dead. And you're sitting there like, these aren't half bad. They're chilled. They're okay.
You can't really access that link. I think you have to send it in the private chat, maybe.
Let me see. It just doesn't. I'll get it. All right.
Taz was of the age when he remembers like it was cool to go rent this. It was really never anything I really enjoyed, actually.
I only watched the first one, and it wasn't my thing either.
Yeah.
Although I did like the big redneck sheriff guy that got eaten by the alligator. I thought that was pretty funny.
I feel like I don't remember. I don't know if I was like someone else in my house was watching it and I was passing it. I remember something with like chickens being
Yeah, some of it's
decapitated
just
and-
bizarre. They just
yeah. It was like a chicken processing factory and they were just
yeah, that's probably part of it. I
It's-
don't remember it very well either.
not that that's bad.
No.
Neal, I sent you the screen rant. You'll see the picture
Oh, I
instantly as soon as the light comes through. Yeah, I don't understand. If you could share that with the world.
Yeah. By the way, Trista says she actually was not able to be on tonight. She's not home, but she was really liked the show. So thank you.
Cool. Very good.
And Tara next time is going to stay with us during the
Nice.
the new stuff. So that'll be fun too.
Yeah.
I should ask all this stuff beforehand, but
yeah, but who thinks of it? At
we
that
need a
point?
producer to run all the other stuff. Well, but yeah,
You
controversial
do a
horror.
lot of stuff. I mean, to be fair, Neal is doing a lot of stuff for a lot of things.
Yeah, I actually have multiple screens going here to actually run the show, but it's fine. Let's see here. I'm just gonna share this for the picture because it's pretty sweet. But it looks nothing like Faces of Death.
Whoa.
Yeah,
like it looks kind of cool, but like
yeah, this looks like something I might actually watch.
Yeah, Faces
But
of
maybe
Death.
now you get to pick your death. Maybe it's like we'll let Tasso pick our deaths, and then we get
like
to
a choose your
go
own
on here.
adventure.
Yeah, yep.
So the kind of like Joe Castro was talking about earlier, like when you know thinking about it now, like if he would have done the mask now for End Zone 2, even though I think he did an amazing job, he would have studied like stuff of that era and stuff. So if you were gonna make a new Faces of Death, maybe it's a modern one, but still like the Face of Death is very gritty because it's almost like you're watching snuff films, and this does not give that vibe whatsoever.
No.
Yeah, I'm still trying to hunt down whatever this plot is because I do not get it. I'm so confused.
Yeah, this sounds different. Although I got to say, right now, it's something I probably won't watch.
Okay. All right. An official plot synopsis.
Oh.
All right. The new plot revolves around a female moderator of a YouTube-like website whose job is to weed out offensive and violent content and who herself is recovering from a serious trauma that stumbles across a group that is recreating the murders from the original film. But in the story primed for the digital age and age of online misinformation, the question faced is, are the murders real or fake? Yeah, I would see it, I guess.
At least sometimes these pictures, I will say the picture does not convey what they're trying to put out there.
I don't get that. And I think that is supposed to be like from it, but maybe it's not because I don't even know. I don't even know. It's not a helpful photo for selling this film.
Maybe they were having a death match and that like Ultraman was the referee.
Exactly.
I can never watch. This is Vic Schiavone. I can never watch The Faces of Death. I still cringe watching the Zapruder film. We got a hello from Pepe Potit. Pepe Potit's a really cool guy. If people know, he's a member of the group. I think a fairly new member, but he's very cool. I like that guy.
Like Neal, you've got the lighting on you. It's kind of cool. You've got like the 3D effect going.
Yeah,
you got the green side and the red side. I like it.
I try to be very dramatic.
All right, I like it.
Yeah, I don't think you can help yourself.
Yeah. I got these very expensive lightings at 5 and below, but people don't even know that part. But I got multiple lights. We got multiple screens. Yeah, we got all kinds of wackiness going on here, but I like it. If I turn this light off over here, it actually gets really like dramatic.
Ooh.
But it's almost too much, I think.
That's a lot. Yeah. This is a little distracting.
Yeah.
Kim Kardashian is going to be in a new American Horror Story. Apparently, that is very controversial. Although Kardashian's acting skills have been questioned by stars like Patti LuPone and Sharon Stone, she remains unfazed and determined to learn. She is taking acting lessons to prepare for the role, acknowledging the challenge would push her out of her comfort zone.
And what's the new season going to be? What do they say?
Sure, let's see.
Oh, I forgot something.
Here, I'll check it out.
I don't know if I watched any of last season. I can't even remember what the.
I haven't seen it in a long time, honestly.
So, by the way, you don't have. No one has to do this, but anytime you like to donate to help out the site, either through a super chat or Venmo, it's at Venmo at Headyverse, which covers all the different websites. And they'll be going out for people who did this retroactively. If you donate $10 or more, I'm sending you some stickers. You'll get Cool Without Your Head sticker and then some random horror movie stickers. So just a little thank you. You're not buying stickers, but it's just a thanks for helping out the site.
Very good.
I also want to show these. These are not for sale yet, but they will be very soon. I did not realize that each one was sealed.
What is it, sir? I'm looking at the news. What are you sharing with the world here?
All right.
He's still unwrapping right
now.
now.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I had like a thing up.
Oh.
It looks like a shrinky dink. I love it.
They're pins.
Shrinky dinks.
So you can
the best.
You can put them on your lapel or whatever you'd like to do.
Very nice.
I had the Backwoods Bob ones out at the LA premiere, and these are some different ones. The new Slasher Man pins. So we've got some classic slashers and also classic monsters. So I'll just show a couple here. That was Machete Man, and here is Chainsaw Man.
Oh, very nice.
Little classic 8-bit
Loving it.
Dudes. The backs will be coming soon. They have cool little backs, pin backing. So if you just want to keep them on the back, as a collection, or you can put them on your clothes, whatever you would like to do with them. They're very limited at the moment. Might make some different people if people like them.
Oh, I love them.
They're awesome.
Yep, those are great.
It's so great that you started making them.
They're very fun. Very fun.
They're very cute. American Horror Story Season 12 theme is the dozenth. Is that a word?
I don't think that's a word.
They use it here. The dozenth season of the show, maybe, I don't know, is titled American Horror Story Delicate, based on a thriller novel, Delicate Condition, by Danielle Valentine. Will be out August 1st of this year. Gripping thriller that follows a woman convinced a sinister figure is going to great lengths to make sure her pregnancy never happens. The new episodes begin filming this month. It is one of the biggest shows. Sometimes we have big writers' rooms. One person is, I don't know. There's all this like other stuff, but a lot of pregnancy stuff in the air.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah. And I don't remember who we were talking with that said that, there's all the controversy with Roe v. Wade and what a mess.
Yeah.
But I think that one movie, what was it? I think it played at in Atlanta. They said that they started that before Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, the Give Me an A.
Yeah, that one.
That had the protester outside.
Yes. Which is a horror movie theme around abortion. And there was a protester outside. It was really weird.
Just one?
Yeah.
It was a lone man.
Yeah, that's always weird when you have just a single protester.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he had he was this, I don't know, maybe 60-ish. He had one leg. He looked like he was kind of like Travis Bickle looking. Like he had that.
Yeah, the way he dressed.
He pulled things away from the Army Navy surplus.
Right.
Had, handwritten signs on his little fold out table, and he had a megaphone. and he's out there like he was just out of control so bad. I had to go for a walk because I had this mega migraine. I had to leave and go for a walk, and as I was coming back, I could hear as I approached towards there's like a big square, and as I'm going to the square, I could hear him.
Wow.
And I could hear other yelling, and I was just like, what is happening? There's going to be like death or some people arrested. And the police were there. And yeah, it was something special. Yes.
Yep, that would be a new one, I think.
Yes. It was an experience to behold.
I just heard back too from a future guest that's going to be coming on the show. If you would like this information on the show right now, and that is Bomani J. Story, the writer, the director of The Angry Black Girl and Her Monsters.
Oh,
so
nice.
That's very exciting. We'll be on the show very soon.
Awesome! Oh, I love that movie. We got to see that movie at Buff.
Yeah,
and it was
nice.
Incredible.
The trailer looks so good. I can't wait to see that one.
Yeah, the idea really piqued my interest. So sometimes that can work reverse. You get like your hopes up, thinking but this one it really worked. So I was very happy.
Yeah,
it was much different than other Frankenstein stories.
Oh yeah, there was so much to it. It was modern. It had modern themes. It was great. I will read the little thing here. Let's see if I can find it. Synopsis. Oh, this synopsis is not very long. It tells the story of teenage anti-hero Victoria who is on a desperate quest to cure death. That is an understatement times a bajillion. It is so much more than that little moment. The girls, I mean, how much can you say without giving it away? Like, someone important to her dies and she's super smart and tries messing around with stuff and
right.
And
it's a modern Frankenstein retelling or inspiration, really, kind of Frankenstein in modern day inner city. So it's very interesting, taking two different a lot of social commentary of today and putting in with the traditional Frankenstein story.
It's a good horror story. It's just all around excellent.
Yeah, excellent. So I'm very happy that he'll be coming on the show. That's very cool.
Nice.
How soon will he be here?
They actually had asked if he could have done it like today.
Wow.
We could not. But I saw that was earlier, and but now they said so they're going to set it up for here the near future. I gave them some dates earlier, so possibly next week for the second guest. We'll see. We shall see. So Kansas Bowling will also be on the live show coming up, but not next week. And Brian Moore will be on next week.
He will. He was Troy. You would. Well, maybe you would have. Maybe I don't know how often you're going to Boston Public Library, but he did the bust of Edgar Allan Poe that's there.
Oh yeah, yep.
He does busts of all of these like famous horror.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and he's doing a new Lovecraft movie.
Ooh.
He's crowdfunding for that, and he made like such an excellent one. So he's going to come on and talk about his hopes for his new feature.
Sweet. Oh, okay. I look forward to that.
Cool,
then.
Super talented person. Yeah.
What does he work in? Does he work in like clay or?
He does bronze.
Oh,
so
wow.
yeah, he uses. I can't remember what it's that green clay.
Oh yeah.
I don't remember.
I can't remember what it's called
do all
either.
kinds of, like toy design. So he did Todd McFarlane and all these other kinds of.
Oh no kidding.
He worked on I think he did Tales from the Dark Side. He was in the effects department. Like he's got a varied art career.
All right. I'm down with that.
Cool. Yeah. Neal is very focused on.
No, it's very cool. I was seeing if there's any because some of the replies are showing up on the YouTube part, but not in this group thing. So just see. Oh, now they're popping up. Pepe Potit posted a lot of stuff that it popped up on YouTube, but it was not popping up here. Then it all popped. It might just be a slight delay. Yeah, but that would be very cool. He's got film. But yeah, we had met him for the first time. That was in Boston.
Do you hear music?
No.
Okay. I have to assume it's coming
Now I can barely hear
from
you.
inside the house.
Maybe you might have a tab open that's playing music, because we're not hearing you at the moment.
I'm hearing the dogs.
Who let the dogs out?
So actually, guys, I probably should call it a night because I got to feed those little buggers,
All right.
or they'll tear the house down.
All right. Well, this has been a good show anyway.
It has been a ton of
Can
fun.
you show your dogs on the show sometime?
Oh yeah, I don't think I've had them all three of them on before.
I've heard about them, and I love that breed of dog. It's really cool.
Yeah,
You know,
they're
there's that
great. They're
olive-
more cat than dog.
Yeah, they like clean themselves, don't they? Like a cat.
Naito does, the youngest one. It's strange. Megs, who we've had the longest, has the least tendencies of a Shiba. And I think Maru kind of took after her. But then Naito, the youngest one, he doesn't like to get wet. He cleans himself constantly and just likes to preen and take over whatever situation.
Awesome. I'll be happy to see them sometime.
Yep, I'll bring him down. Maru loves to be on the camera, so I'll bring him maybe down
Very
next
cool.
time.
Awesome.
All right, guys. Well, I had a ton of fun, and I will talk to you all next week.
Yeah,
right.
definitely.
Have a
It'd be
great
fun.
night.
It's fun doing the show with the group here again.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Good to see everybody.
Yeah, this was
All
a
right.
really fun show with so many cool people on.
Yeah.
Oh, tremendous. I picked the perfect night to make my return.
Exactly.
All right,
Even though I'm
good night, folks.
freezing for some reason. Yeah,
Bye.
good night. This hat is actually too big, but it does not look too big on the show. So.
Why don't you just grow your head back?
It's a fitted cap, so I can't just like adjust it.
Maybe you
But
can tailor it.
I could just take this cool patch off.
You could do that
something
too.
different. Yeah.
If you applied the patch yourself.
Yeah.
It does. I just noticed you until you
Yeah, it goes over my ears. Yeah.
like
It either is like this and my ears are like way out, or it just totally goes over my ears.
over
I
the
didn't know
ear.
my head would shrink.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Neal really literally worked his ass off and lost a lot of weight. So he didn't realize that there's weight in your head. Like who knew that
Yeah.
there's like weight up here. So your hats suddenly get big.
Yeah, it's very it's very funny. It just kind of was boop.
Did your shoes get bigger?
Oh yeah, I wear smaller shoes now.
Really? That's
Yeah.
crazy. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, I used to wear like 12 extra wide.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I wear 10, so still pretty big, I guess, for my height. But yeah, it's a lot different.
Yes. I was trying to look up all these horror news controversy, and I thought I found a cool one, but it started playing all this dumb music.
Yeah, I hate sites that do that. I'll be Tyler used to yell at me because I used to set up the shows that they would just play instantly when you went to the website. He's like, "What the hell are you doing? Take this."
I so agree.
And then he eventually turned it off where I could never do it.
Yes, because I felt the same way. I think I was right on the same bandwagon. Like you can't.
Yeah, I wanted like the cursor just to be like my floating head. No, I'm just kidding about that part. But now that I think about it, it'd be pretty cool, I guess. But no, well, I guess it would fit without your head if it was just our heads floating around.
That's true.
I guess it would fit it more if it was just our stumps. I made a banner like that once because to me it's funny if all the banners for the guests they had no heads, but then the funny part is like you wouldn't know who they are. You'd have to try to figure it out. It's just the stumps and like a neck.
Without your body, it doesn't have the same.
No, it doesn't have the same.
No, not the same.
Michael Epstein posted a movie from 1898, and it was like something about the four heads, and it's like a magician like taking his head off and talking to it. It's very it's a silent film. Obviously, it's in the 1890s, but it's only a few minutes long. But it's very funny. Anyone out there wants to check it out. But I said, "Oh, this is the official film of Without Your Head." Because there are parts where he is a headless guy. So weird. I don't know. Check it out for all you buffs of films from the 19th century.
19th century.
Yeah.
So,
is there ever going to be like nostalgia for like the 19th century films? We've got a lot of 80s nostalgia.
19th century?
Right, so 1800s.
Probably not. I think you have to have people alive to have nostalgia.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
I think, I don't know, maybe.
Reminds me, Pepe Petit says A Man with Two Heads. I believe it's A Thing with Two Heads. That movie is tremendous.
Which one?
It'll be bad, but I love it.
I don't know if I've seen it. How old is that?
I think we may have watched it once during it's considered a blaxploitation movie, sort of.
Sort of.
So it's a white guy, like kind of sort of racist dude who gets a head transplant of a black guy. So he's walking around though.
Oh.
And it's like a big black guy, and then the head's right next to it. It's a pretty amazing movie. And they do it literally just with like the guy just sitting on the dude's back, pretty much.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I tried to get one of the people on once, but I don't think he was into talking about the movie.
Aww.
Look, I'll show you here.
Okay.
This is one that they should remake.
Let's see.
Give me one sec. The sharing screen sometimes a little wonky here. Here we
go. Oh my god.
Oh man, that's good.
Oh god. That's a great what is this called? The Thing
with Two Heads.
I'll pull up tab right now. Let's see if I can find it.
Look at this. Look, that looks totally real. You just totally believe that was.
Oh, he reminds me. I don't know why. Was it Mr. No Arms?
Who? Sorry.
Mr. No Arms. It's a movie. It's a white guy that has no arms, and he's like I don't know if he's a crime fighter per se, but he's a badass. Let me see. He might be Mr. No Legs.
Yeah, I think that's it, Mr. No Legs. Yeah.
Mr. No Legs. That is it from 1978. And the scene there, they have the scene on YouTube of him. He fucking kicks ass. I mean, he does something. I guess he doesn't kick ass because he doesn't have legs, but he does something, and it is something to behold. And everybody should see it because the man is very impressive. He takes people out. Oh my god! You can't play video on this, can you?
Yeah, but it might get copyrighted as a thing, unfortunately.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, everybody seek it out, Mr. No Legs.
Yeah. I mean, technically it would be a fair use if like we're talking about it, and reusing it some way. But I don't know. Yeah.
Maybe in a future show.
Yeah.
We can feature Mr. No Legs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, so good.
Yeah, so I'm also going to look up because Larry had mentioned someone to get on from one of those movies. So we'll figure out about getting some guests from some of the New Village video. That would be fun.
That'd be awesome. I think we should find Pepe is right there for it.
Fair game, you saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fair use.
Mm-hmm.
As long you can't just show it, you have but we'd be over here talking and stuff. So I think it's possible.
Yeah, it would be cool to get more of the exploitation people on, I think. And it seems like a lot of New Village video Well, I don't know. Is it exploitation? Any of the stuff on New Village?
I think I think a lot of that's considered exploitation. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine. Grindhouse. There's lots of different terms you could use, but I think it would be very cool because, like I said, I like talking about like some of these weirder movies that probably where they haven't really told their stories a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, Colleen made it. She was at the Red Sox game earlier.
Oh, I wonder how it went. It's pretty early in the season here. Colleen, change your hair. It looks dark.
Yeah.
I thought
Colleen the Conqueror.
I always weirdly I think people with dark hair sometimes I think they have red hair. Like Seth, he hates that I say he has red hair.
I always think Jason has red hair. I think don't you think Jason's kind of red? Yeah, he gets
kind of like a dark strawberry blonde.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think so. We'll just run with that.
See, Pepe brings up the point not if they're willing as far as exploitation movies.
Interesting.
So I do think there are things called that end up being labeled exploitation, and are they? Because like I think Blackula was one of those movies.
Yeah, it's considered blaxploitation, but
it's a good movie.
I think it's a genuinely really good movie.
Yeah.
I think it's honestly one of the scariest vampires. He's great in it.
He's awesome. I really like it. I was just catching it. Just started playing on Tubi the other day on its own. Return of Blackula, which as I started to watch for a second time, I didn't think it was as not good as I thought the first time. So, yeah. Now that guy, you said someone is still around from that, aren't they?
The director.
Yeah. Would he come on?
He's been on the show. I'm pretty sure I can get it back on. He's a really good guy.
That'd be really cool.
I talk to him every once in a while.
Yeah.
He was actually up for being in Smash.
Yeah?
Yeah. But he wasn't in an area that we could get to film.
That's too bad. That would maybe I don't know. Where is he?
I'm not sure. It was in LA though. Because at that time, the backstory here, when we were filming the movie, we were originally going to get a lot of people at Texas Frightmare, but then everything closed for COVID right after we had filmed at in Charlotte at Mad Monster, literally like 2 weeks later, and so that really put a halt on getting the future people. So then the workaround was we filmed them remotely for me, but in person for them out in LA. And so for that we had to just get LA people, which unfortunately there was some very cool people. I don't want to bring them all up that wanted to be involved, but we couldn't get them because they weren't in the areas.
Well,
unfortunately,
that is very unfortunate.
Yeah, but who knows if we revisit the world, we could work it out.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I think that's a world that could be revisited. Do you think if you could put enough peer pressure on Michael and Sophia, like if we bring it up on the podcast repeatedly, if I bring it up on the podcast repeatedly because I'm not directly involved and can say whatever I want?
Yeah, I don't know.
Go with that line for eternity now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they want to do another one, but I don't know. I don't know if they would let someone else do one or what. I don't know.
It lives on.
Yeah, I love the idea. So.
Yeah, if they don't want to do it, clearly other people do.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see once the plan is to have it released this fall. So maybe once that happens and see the interest level.
Cool.
People have seen it and really liked it.
That's fair. It does take money to make movies, so that's
right.
Yeah. Yeah. Pepe and Colleen striking up a friendship.
That's very cool. We met. It hasn't been that long since we talked to Colleen for the first time. It was during Severed Limbs 12. Was the first time she was around.
Yeah, very cool.
And now she's become part of the headless community. That's very cool.
Mm-hmm.
She's even ventured into the crazy world of the in your head chat at times during the live shows.
Why do that to yourself? Man.
But she was there last night when I had to ban someone. That was very weird. Huh?
Someone I know?
I think you may know of them, but I don't think you know them.
You can name them.
The Mighty Lexar.
Oh, get out!
I do ban him from the show. It's very, very.
What happened?
For some reason, he's taken a really dark turn. For last month, he's I don't know. He's hates a certain group of people all of a sudden for some reason, and wants to bring up pro. I don't even say these words on the show because they can get you demonetized. Pro things. I don't know. It's very weird. And so he said this the other week, and I told him don't bring this stuff up on the show.
Yeah.
And then he brought up immediately, so I kicked him out. And then he won another chance and brought up again, so I banned him from the show. I don't understand.
That's really unfortunate. That's a shame.
Yeah, it wasn't like funny stuff. It was just like down I don't know. I assume he's listening to somebody and just kind of repeating some really bad stuff. I don't get it.
And he was on. So for people who don't know, Neal has another show that's a wrestling podcast, and there are a lot of long run.
Yeah, he's been around a long time.
Yeah, and they basically have their own personalities and are kind of part of the deal of the in your head world.
Yeah, the Jack Pack.
Yeah. So he's out, huh?
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. I don't like to see him going down this, even just as a person. Like it's bad times.
Oh, Beatrice.
Yeah, Beatrice Weber. Good morning from Germany. Good morning.
Good evening from New England.
Yes. The Cabeza crew. I like that.
Cabeza crew.
Yeah. What would be no cabeza? Just no cabeza, I guess.
What the hell is a cabeza?
Your head.
Oh. In what language?
Spanish.
Oh. There you go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's very nice. Are super accepting, uplifting, so it's a shame to have someone try to bring the show down. But yeah, and as both Annabelle agree and I agree, the community aspect is important. So I like to try to have people that I know or maybe have their issues and stuff. I like to have them part of the community, but there's certain things you just can't look over, unfortunately.
Yeah. But I am very proud of you for banning someone for being ridiculous.
Yeah, it wasn't even him trying to be funny. He was just nasty stuff.
Just ranting.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Not good times, yeah. But tonight was very good.
It was, and we've got cool people like Pepe and Colleen.
Yeah, Pepe, Colleen, Mariella was in here.
Here too. Tazo is kind of like an in your head person himself.
He is, and I had a talk with him about certain things, and he was, to his credit, he's a good guy and said he won't talk about certain things on the in the group. So I was like, well, thank you, I appreciate it.
Very nice. That's cool. People stepping up and being like, all right, that's very
He's
cool.
a person I could have a conversation with, even if he believes some whacked out he won't mind me saying this, some crazy conspiracy stuff, and he goes down some wacky territory, but I can talk to him and we can agree not to have it on the show, because at the end of the day he said he doesn't want to get the shows in trouble or anything.
That's cool.
So I appreciate that. It was a very nice conversation.
Yeah. See, he's saying it's fair. It's cool.
Yeah, no, I consider Tazo. Even we sometimes argue stuff, but I like the guy at the end of the day. Yeah. And he likes animals, and I do think anyone who likes animals has to be a pretty good guy at the end of the day.
Man, you in that autofocus.
Yeah, I don't know how to. I turned it off once, and then it came back at some point.
Me, it's like
I think when I did an update or something, or it might have been when we switched over to StreamYard.
Oh, maybe.
All right. So, So I'll work on doing some more. We'll do a couple music throughout the show next week. I did one break, but maybe I'll cut out the as heard. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Anyway, we'll play some music throughout the show. But we will be because I did actually. Tara had asked about the music of the month. She was interested in hearing it. So.
Getting some full tracks. That's why the music of the month, sir. Don't make me. Yeah. That's why I'm here. Did you play the full track of the first one? or did that just fade away?
No, it was a pretty short trek anyway, but I didn't want it too long because I knew Joe was on. So.
Oh.
But next time, because sometimes it's nice to take little breaks too. Anyway, if someone wants to grab a drink.
It was very surprising for one. I think it might have been that one. Was it which one? Yeah, it was that one because Troy was like not there.
Yeah. But I knew Joe was actually on, so I didn't want him to wait too long. So, but anyway, that's stuff to talk about off there.
It's my alarm.
All right.
It's the Undertaker sound.
No, the Undertaker dong.
I'm never gonna call it that.
That's all I call.
I'm never gonna call it that. Not even as I say that just now. No.
Oh yeah. By the way, this is true. Tazo on In Your Head took a live shower once.
What?
He shaved his head once on the show live.
Okay, that's fine.
Then the top himself, he took a live. You couldn't see anything. But he had the camera. It was very funny, honestly. He had the camera in the shower and he was taking a shower.
I had a client like talk with me on Zoom taking a shower once. I've had clients like sit on the toilet. And I just pretend like
we've had guests before we were video who you could hear them. I was like, I think they're taking a leak, and yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm all for it. If I love the community, I'm happy to be around more. I'm all about community building and having more like weirdos around. Like bring in your weirdness,
right?
Share it with the world.
Just use some sense, yeah.
Yeah, don't be an asshole,
right.
But you can be weird.
Yeah. So just to show you real quick, Colleen and some people who had donated, and again. You're not buying these stickers. It's just I like to thank people if they want to help out the show. So you will get one of these. These are the last the previous logo of the show. You'll either get a red one or a green one, and then you'll get just some random horror stickers. Just for here's some examples. I got a whole bunch of these, all different ones.
Oh,
there's a Jason. I'll just to show you, give you an idea of what you may get. And here I pulled out all Jasons. You will get out. There are other things besides Jason.
Oh,
Pennywise. This is Jason, but it's pretty cool. It's actually from the video game.
Yeah, that's sweet.
Apparently, we'll get lots of Jasons, but there's all kinds of stuff in here. So anyway, it's just kind of fun.
Yeah.
Something for thank you for doing.
Yeah, a little thank you. I like it. Very nice.
All right, very good. Because this does cost more to do the show this way, but it is way better, and it's actually a lot less work for me once I started getting the hang of it. Once the show's done, it's all edited together. All the breaks and stuff are all together. I can put it right up on Spotify.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm seeing like all this madness off to the side. Does this get saved? All the chat?
I'm not positive.
Generations get to see this.
I think some of it does on YouTube. It depends where they're chatting on YouTube. Oh, I guess it does on both YouTube and Facebook. But
yeah, Tazo brought up Hitler loving animals. It's true because you were saying people loving.
Well, okay, I should rephrase that. I will say probably 100% people who are very mean to animals are always bad people.
That's a very good point. I will say
it's not 100%, but I do think someone who is kind to animals, there's a good chance they'll probably be a good person.
You'd like to think.
Yeah. But then there's exceptions like, Hitler and Tazo. No, not Tazo, not Tazo.
Do you have a picture of Gus the Cat? Gus the Cat is a escape artist, but breaks in and is not good at escapes its own house and goes into Neal's house somehow through some mysterious portal.
Yeah, I don't know.
He does not know where that portal is. 7 dogs. Dang, Pepe.
It was funny, actually. So I actually brought him down here. I posted on my Facebook. I got these 2 new lawn gnomes. Here's one of them.
Oh.
That's from Night of the Living Dead. And here's the other.
Oh, she's all barfy.
Yeah, that one's like pretty amazing, I think. And so I had him out in my bird bath, and I took a picture of him. And my neighbor, who has Gus the cat, she's like, "Oh, that might actually keep Gus away from visiting."
Do they know how weird you are?
No,
your neighbors? No,
no.
No, you're not wearing your Motel Hell.
Well, I do wear a lot of whacked out shirts, I guess. I always got really weird looks yesterday, and then I was wearing House by the Cemetery shirt, and I kept getting these, and I was like, "What the hell?" People look pissed at me, or not just pissed, but like what the fuck? And then when I looked, the shirt, so it's a woman with a knife through the back of her head, and it's coming out her mouth. So not only is it's very graphic, it's sort of suggestive too, like in ways. So I was just like, oh yeah, I guess it's kind of weird.
Oh yeah.
And then the back is like a woman hanging, like from a noose. So I don't know. I guess maybe they know. I don't know.
Yeah. The average
pretty cool shirt though, I think.
Not so hip on the any of that at all. They just don't get it, Neal. They don't.
Yeah. Here we go. I'll show you here, Gus.
Image of this.
Yeah. This is Gus.
No.
My new buddy Gus. I rescued him from my basement. He's very, very happy.
First time I found him.
He's a missing cat. I got a flyer in my mailbox today, and it happened to be this big guy. He's hungry because he's a big boy, ain't you, Gus? Yeah. He likes to be pet, too. So I called the owners. I didn't get a...
Oh, I love he has his little thumbs.
Yeah, it was the first time I had found a flyer in my mailbox saying Gus was missing. And then I heard him meowing down here, and I was like, I bet that must be him. And at that time, he was missing for like 3 days, so he was probably getting pretty hungry.
How many times has he broken into your house?
What?
How many times has he broken into your house?
I don't know, probably like 7 or 8 now.
Yeah,
it's been a lot. There for a while, it was once a week, sometimes twice. And so the first time he was meowing and like he wouldn't come to me though. And so then I ended up I had some dry cat food that I actually had because I had a possum in the house and I read that they would come to that. So anyway, I had some dry, so I came down with that. Then he came over, and right away he was very affectionate once I gave him some food.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was a little hard getting him upstairs. And then once I did though, he let me pick him up and take him out. But ever since then, he just comes to me, except for one day. So he's out in this back corner of the basement, and I could just see him, and I was like, "Hey, Gus," and he just stopped and looked at me, and he'd roll like he did there, like just kind of roll on his back. And I was like, oh man, he just wants me to come over and pet him, but I was trying to get him upstairs.
He's literally breaking into the house to be with you.
Yes, he comes for visits. Yeah,
does.
The other day he was she had messaged me, and I couldn't find him down here, but it was a torrential downpour. And then about an hour later, I heard him meowing, and I was like, oh, I bet he's just down here and he was wet, and he's like, I'm gonna take a nap and dry off.
So he was there.
Yeah, he was. He just was hiding and not, Then he once it stopped raining, then he's like, I guess I need some food.
What's so bad? I mean, not that you are not you clearly love this cat. Like you just have so much affection for it, and at the same time, what's going on at its house that he's like, I gotta get the hell.
Well, he always goes back, so I don't know. He just goes himself back though. I let him out the first time I walked him back, but because I didn't know, like he walked me kind of to where he was, but yeah, he just walks back now. So
that's good.
I don't know how many people know, because then I went for my walk that day, and another neighbor I never even talked to, she was like, "Oh, did you see if Gus was in your basement?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, I heard him home."
Talk of the town.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I live in a very small town, so that's the big news items.
Yep. There goes. What do they call you? Walking man? What?
The walking man, the walking dude.
The walking dude. Cat friend. What did we call you way back? There was some pee thing we were calling you.
I
Because
don't know.
Neal pisses. He just has this need to pee in his backyard, or is that
Well,
still
not so much now. Well, the problem now is there's a real lack of public restrooms in my town in the off season. Because apparently, if you live here, you don't have to use the restroom. So they shut them down during the winter and the fall and the spring. They're not even open now. And they also closed down the most of the rubbish. So you don't even have trash cans to throw stuff, which I think really is a bad idea because. But anyway,
Yeah.
so now it's more of a necessity. Before there is something about urinating out in the. You got the cool breeze and you kind of feel one in nature. There's a certain feel about it. I used to like to do it every time I would be in a new town.
What
New
changed?
city.
It wasn't nice holdings, that's for sure.
No, it's just I don't want to get caught or something, I guess. But now I don't want to give them away, but I have certain spots in town where there's some woods. But now the problem is,
you think people are going to stalk you and be like,
well, I can't just like take a leak like on the side of the road with cars going by. That'd be kind of whack. But now it gets dark so late. So I have to try to get to there's very few. There's a supermarket and there's a Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh,
where I
so
get all my
they
free
weren't like secret pee in the wood spots.
yeah. So I can hit the Dunkin'. And then when I posted this a couple times, and my friend Chef George is like, "Well, you can just stop by the restaurant."
Chef
I
George.
feel bad just going in his restaurant to use the restroom and then leaving.
I guess he doesn't feel bad.
Yeah, but I could go down to the I could go down to the coffee shop and
get
I shouldn't say where it is, maybe get some freebies.
I know. Did she
got a
send
bunch-
you her number yet, or what?
I got a lot of freebies yesterday.
More?
Yeah. It was but then it's like, oh shit, it's a lot of carbs here. I could go walk some more. But it was everything bagel with cream. And then she's like, "Have you ever had this it was like a cheese bagel twist?" I was like, "No." She's like, "Oh, I'll toast it up for you." It was really good.
Cats, Dunkin' Donuts ladies. Does that other lady still bother you?
No, I haven't seen her for a while.
Really? Where was she?
She might have moved.
Like in a liquor store, right? Or something?
No, she lives. I won't say where. She lives right on the street that I walk down every day twice. But I haven't seen. I don't know. They may have moved.
She was like catcalling you, wasn't she? Basically.
Oh yeah. And then she would stop and try to give me rides, and I was like, "Oh, I'll just live over here." And the last time she's like, "Oh, I got snacks," and I was like, "What the hell?"
It's like if a guy did that to a woman, they would go to jail.
Yeah, she even said one time, she's like, "You look fucking great in those jeans." I was like, "What the hell?" But
wow.
And she was like, that was the first time I think she talked to me because she was like, this was during COVID, and she's like, "I work at home up in like this. They have like it's garage, but it's got like a house. It's got like a house or whatever on the top of it." And she's like, she said she sees me walking by it all the time. Yeah, it was
That's weird. I don't know. If it was me, I'd be very uncomfortable walking by.
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, there's no other way to go unless I take like a giant roundabout and walk where there's no like around these winding roads with no sidewalks.
Well, she's not around anymore. Maybe you broke her heart and she died.
It's very possible.
That's a horrible thing to say. But
the donut girl though, yesterday, she also said, she's like, "Which way do you walk?" And I was like, "Well, I walk up and then I walk back." And she's like, "No, do you walk the sidewalk or like just the road?" I was like, "No, I walked the sidewalk." And she said that she was walking to work the other day and she's like, "I was going to recreate the walk that Neal goes down." I was like, "Oh."
Wait, the donuts person said that?
Yeah.
That's real weird.
Yeah.
There's some comments off to the side. I don't know if you want to check those out. I'd say there's a dog conversation. If you get to where the town's joker and writing your name in the snow while you urinate. No, sure. I would.
I try. And then I try. I always give tips because she gives so many free ones. And She yelled at me. She's like, "No, don't leave anything."
So don't be pooping in the bins.
No, I don't poop in bins.
Then
No, I've actually never defecated out in the wild.
She wants your cakes. Don't be scared. That's really creepy that she would tell you she's going to recreate your walk.
Yeah, I thought that was just odd.
That's weird.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe she's just awkward. I don't want to be rude like that.
that's true. I apparently walk by where she lives sometimes.
And she told you that?
Yeah. She said the street. I know where it is. But then it was funny because then she said her grandma always talks about me walking by. And I was like, oh, she's probably just trying to butter me up for her grandma. She's probably more my age or something.
How old is this girl?
I don't know.
Is she a teenager?
Maybe. I don't know. It's not. I don't know.
Wow. Can you secretly sneak like a picture of her so I can put a face to this person?
I guess. Yeah.
Not that you'd put it on the show. I'm just
right.
curious.
No, I understand. Yeah.
I want to guess how old this person is. I was about to say a name that you know that you used to tell me stories about.
Oh, I mean, I
know you would. Yeah. I know you are not that person.
Yeah. No, all right.
Dear God.
Yeah, and then she also gave me a big bag of donuts for my mom, which was nice.
She's buttering up your mom. She's trying to ingratiate. That's it. Ingratiate her way to your family.
But she even knows now that I really don't eat the sweet ones, so she's giving me the everything bagels and then this bagel twist with the cheese on. So it's pretty good. And she bruised me up the dark. She bruised me up the midnight blend because she knows I like the dark.
Do you pay for anything at Dunkin' Donuts?
What?
Do you pay for anything at that Dunkin' Donuts?
Well, sometimes I order the coffee. I mean, it started by I would just order the coffee, and then she just I usually order the coffee, but if she'll see me beforehand, she'll tell me not to order anything, just to brew it up.
Is she always there when you're there?
No. Okay. I will be honest. Sometimes I look to see who's there, because if she's not, and I was like, I don't really need a coffee today.
Oh, see, if it was me, I'd be like, whew. Safe, and
the other one's mean.
Really?
Yeah, one day I was in there, so I was drinking my coffee, and I actually told her this story yesterday because it was kind of funny. So I had my earbuds in, or maybe I had my headphones on, I think, and I was like, she was on her phone. She's always on her phone, the other one. And she was like, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, what's she saying? So she's like, hey, this customer, he won't leave here, and I just want to lock up and go. But blah, blah. And I was like, she must be talking about me. And I was like, so I looked at my phone because like, oh shit, it must be later than I think it was. But it was like 5 o'clock and they closed at 7. And so I was just like, what the hell? And then the other day she was at this, she was in there. She's always complaining. And she's like, who orders eggs at 5 o'clock? And I was like, what the hell? And she's just screaming. And then the guy comes in and she went to him and she's like, are you the one who ordered eggs after 5 o'clock? And he's like, yeah. And she's like, no, you can't order eggs after 5 o'clock anymore. And he's like, well, what time you close? She's like, 7. And then he just looked at me. He was kind of like, put his eyes for a while. And I was like, and so I told the other one yesterday, and she started laughing, and she's like, "Yeah, the people go and complain to the convenience store next door about her." I was like, "I don't know what they're supposed to do about it." But
well, she knows that people complain about her at the convenience store.
Yeah,
how do you know that?
I guess they tell her. I mean, the person that I'm friendly with. Yeah. I guess everyone complains about the other woman. I don't know.
That's a weird. Oh my god.
Oh, and then she said, because I told her a story, and she's like, I remember when she was on. She called her to tell her that a guy wouldn't leave the store, and she said that better not be Neal because he's really nice and don't kick him out. So.
Aw. Stephen Kingville.
Well, that, and then there's I take a picture of him once in a while. The Pee Wee Herman doll. It's in the tree. It's pretty cool. And then they I dressed him up for Christmas, and they dressed him up for Easter. I saw they took off he used to have a scarf and a little blanket during the winter. They took that off of him.
And now he doesn't need those things anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It used to be a different doll, and I don't know if someone stole it or they just replaced him with the Pee-wee, but the Pee-wee is pretty cool.
Pee-wee rules. Yeah, I like that one. Poor Pee-wee. How can you possibly? I don't know if everybody here is old as you and me. You remember the Pee-wee controversy?
Remember the what?
The Pee-wee controversy
Oh yeah.
of our childhood. The poor guy. He was in an appropriate theater to do the things he did, and he lost his career.
Yeah, and he was at a place where that's like assume people are doing the deed. So
Is that an
I always
adult
thought he got a bad rap there.
Yeah, poor Pee-wee.
Yeah. I mean, I think people like him now, but I mean, he really did lose a lot at that time for a long time.
Yeah, because I think he still had the show, the
Yeah.
kid show. He was like the American cult hero at the time. He was a big deal.
Mhm.
Well, why did I bring up Pee-wee? You brought up Pee-wee Herman. I'm like, why did I?
Yeah, he's
bring
the
up
doll. He's the doll in the tree.
That's why.
Yeah.
Pee-wee in the tree.
Yeah. Pee-wee in the tree. That could be a movie. Pee-wee in the tree.
Stephen Campbell, Sandwich,
yeah.
Massachusetts.
So tomorrow I'm going out with Troy and our mom. We're gonna go see Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
Oh.
So that'll be fun.
Did you see it already?
No, it just came out this week. I really like those Guardians of the Galaxy, so I'm looking forward to this. Plus, it's fun to go see movies with my family.
Yeah. Your mom is a big Guardians of the Galaxy fan?
She likes those. Yeah, she doesn't like all the comic book movies, but she does like. I like those too. I think they're probably my favorite of the Marvel movies.
Very good.
I think the last movie we went to see together was Creed 3. That was cool.
Oh, I would like to see that one. That looks like a really good. That whole series looks good, and I haven't seen any of them.
Yeah. I'm not sure if there's any new horror movies coming out this week. Last week I actually went to Boston. I almost didn't because it doesn't matter, but the stuff going on at the bridge. But I got a ride over the bridge and then I took Uber back home. But there was a movie playing at Brattle last week. Brooklyn 45 was a new horror movie with Larry Fessenden in, who I really like Larry Fessenden. And I went to go see it, but it had sold out. Which is good for them, but it was bad for me.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
But good for them.
Yeah. But I believe it's coming to a Shudder, which is cool, but the best way to see movies is on the big screen when possible.
So I'm seeing that Colleen commented and pointed out that Pee-wee, Mr. Paul Rubens, he'd voiced one of the trick-or-treaters in Nightmare Before Christmas. Yeah, I thought I remember hearing about that. Is he the little round one? There's a round one, a pointy one, and a witch.
I think he wasn't in maybe he was. I don't remember.
In what?
Yeah, I thought maybe he wasn't even in I thought he was kind of out of makeup, but if he was just a voice, he must have been, a monster, like you said.
Pepe just saw Renfield. This is a very fun movie.
Yeah, that's a good one. So if I don't know if you heard, but Miles said they filmed more stuff of the beginning.
Yeah.
With his Van Helsing sort of character and the priest, and they filmed them at different ages. So it was like the idea was like they had been around for a long time chasing Dracula, but a lot of that got cut out because the beginning was going to be a lot longer.
I did feel like it was very short.
Yeah.
And it seemed like there was so much drama in that beginning. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, because there is the line too with when the priest is like, Renfield, we're the last of our kind.
Yeah.
So it does feel like a bigger part of it.
I mean, maybe it'll become a prequel.
Yeah, that would be, and I said like it would be cool if they put. I was just seeing if there's anything new horror, but there's it would be cool if they had it in an extended cut too.
Yes, that would be very cool.
So, but I didn't know at the time when we saw Renfield. I didn't know it until I was actually looking up some stuff for the interview with Miles. The old priest at the beginning, so it's like the Van Helsing and the priest character. You know who played him?
No.
William Ragsdale, the kid from Fright Night.
Get out. No
was
shit.
like, oh, that's
Wow.
awesome. So I'm sure that the guy who made this is a horror fan, and he put a lot of cool like horror people in it.
That's awesome.
And so I know he's older, but we met him, and he still looks pretty much the same. So they made him look much older, but that's
Yeah,
pretty
I was
wild.
thinking he looked like 80 or something.
Yeah, I thought he was a legit old man, so that was cool. It was really good makeup.
Hmm. What is this? Vampire Kisses vibes. I am unfamiliar with Vampire Kisses.
Wait, I'm not sure either.
I'm not sure. Oh, I just had a thought in my brain. Oh, I'm trying to, have not yet. In honor of May Day, I thought I would commit sacrilege and attempt to watch the newer
Oh, really?
which is, I say newer, but it's from 2006.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's not very newer. It's like almost 20 years old. It's stunning.
So what did you think?
Huh? Well, I'm not totally done because I only put it on when I'm going to sleep. I don't have time. I really don't. It's very hard for me to fit a lot of stuff in. So I just put it on before I go to sleep, and then I just repeat it every night, and hopefully eventually I'll finish it. It's so far, the little that I've seen is not as bad as I thought it would be, but Jason Minton assured me that you need to see it.
Yeah, the real ridiculous lines are at the end and stuff. But I just think it's kind of a bad remake of the original one up until it gets really ridiculous.
Yeah, it's not amazing, that's for sure. I think Nicolas Cage is very Nicolas Cage. He's got a terrible fake tan. I don't know if he was trying to look like Californian, but this is not good.
Yeah.
So I think it's not that I think it's good. It's just so far not as bad as I thought it would be. Like the idea of the woman, Lord Summerisle, I don't care. Like that doesn't bother me. Yeah, so some of that stuff is fine. It's weird that they changed Willow into a total. I mean, so far, all I know her is.
I actually tried to get the original Willow on the show recently.
Really?
Yeah.
Eklund,
I didn't get a reply, but she's around. She does like conventions in England and stuff.
Oh, that's cool. That would be awesome. That
because it's the 50th anniversary of the movie this year.
Whoa! Did you got a poster from Robin Hardy, didn't you? No, I did because I supported because I paid.
Oh, the thing. Yeah.
So yeah, I got a signed Robin Hardy.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's very sweet.
Yeah. Oh, you can buy the Fabio Frizzi. You can get the biography, soft cover, hardcover, or you can get an autograph version of it for
That's awesome.
A little more money. But yeah.
That would be just. I mean, I'm assuming you can just like Google it.
Yeah, it's off the website of the. There's only one site selling it. It's the actual place, but yeah, it's a weird name, but yeah, just Google it and you'll find it.
Yeah,
so
he's a really interesting guy, so I'm sure the book is excellent.
Yeah. I don't know how different it was, but I saw Justin Bernard Head, our buddy here on Without Your Head. You haven't met him yet. We'll have to
I have not. There's another person.
Yeah,
he basically comes on for the list shows nowadays.
Yeah, right? Yeah. We'll have to do a list show sometime. They're fun.
Yeah.
So anyway, he was watching the uncut version of Infinity Pool from, I guess, the Canadian Blu-ray put out an uncut version, and that's I really loved Infinity Pool, so I was really interested to find out how different the uncut version is.
Yeah, I can't remember if I saw it there was two movies.
Yeah, we didn't see it together.
What was the other one? The one before Infinity Pool.
Yeah, that was by his dad. I didn't like that one too.
No, it was the one by him. I saw one of the kids' movies, and I think it must have been the older one, but I can't remember the title of his older movie.
Yeah, I really like Possessor. I don't know if you saw that.
That was the one.
Yeah.
That was the one with the woman, and she's like going in and out of like realities.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really interesting.
I think you would, if you like that, I think you would like this. It's they're both very. This one, I'll just give you the basic idea. So it's like these very rich people on this island. They're all vacationing, and you find out that most like crimes on this island are punishable by death, but if you are rich, you can buy a clone of yourself that they will kill, that they will punish instead of you.
What?
And
What is why? Why? How? How does
because
that?
it would have all your memories, so they are still basically punishing you, but it's
Yeah,
a
but
clone
then
of
you, as the criminal, doesn't really learn anything.
exactly. So what does this mean for these people then? If you're rich and you can clone yourself and have it killed. So it's brings up a lot of questions as the movie goes on.
I'm curious about what those questions are because it sounds dumb as fuck. If the idea of punishment,
yeah, if you can get away with anything basically, but you're also there's some people feel guilty about, because if you interact with these, you see that they are like you, but they're human beings with thoughts and feelings. Some people don't care about that, and some people do. So
even the concept of it, I just don't like. I think the movie idea is really cool, but like if this was reality, which I'm just imagining, if this was a reality, a real thing, then if you've got some person who committed a crime and they have no real reason to have remorse, then
that's really what the movie's about, is that group, and then there's one of them that feels guilt towards it and how they.
Oh, interesting. It sounds really good.
Yeah, I really liked it.
I heard a lot of people having hate for his movies. Like, I don't know if they think he's just going to be a clone of his father.
Yeah, I think all three of his movies, Antiviral was really good, his first one. I thought Possessor is probably my favorite. Infinity Pool is great though. They're all very original and weird and very well made. A lot of interesting concepts of. So I think they're definitely his own.
Yeah.
I don't know how you can say, even if you didn't like them, I think you have to say that they're very creative movies.
Yeah. They look like they're very well made, and that's another one. I mean, I think what I saw was beautiful, but if someone doesn't like the style, then it is very well made. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, people.
Now we got Colleen as a shapeshift. Maybe she's the clone.
Oh.
Thought-provoking.
That looks like a Junji Ito art for her.
Yeah, if you
profile.
see the big one, like it's drinking, and then the neck's cut off, so whatever she's drinking is just pouring out of the from the neck hole.
I'm really curious, Colleen, if you know, I don't know if you know or don't know, or just thought it was a cool picture, but if you know who the artist is, I'm really curious.
All right.
Yeah, Pepe brings up you can do whatever if you have money. I mean, you can do a lot. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think you would actually really like it.
Yeah,
there's more to the movie. I don't want to give you the whole movie away, but it goes down weird paths.
I'm really curious. And that one was Infinity Pool?
Yeah. And then I think it's got a really good ending too, which I think some people don't like the ending, but I like it, and I would compare it to another movie. Anyway, it'd be something we could talk about.
Is this like a movie that it hasn't a bad ending or like a mysterious ending?
No, I think it's pretty straightforward.
Okay.
I guess but there's a part of it that I think is very interesting.
I'm gonna have to see it. I really want to get into. I'm gonna throw it out there about New Village Video. I really want to see that stuff too. I want to find like one of the movies, and I would love it if. I mean, I know I talk about how much time I have, but if we both pick one of the movies,
that's a good idea.
Watch it. That would be cool to talk about.
Yeah.
Whether we like it or not, I don't think it matters as long as we're
yeah. I like this idea.
Cool.
Yeah.
So
Necroneo.
Necroneo.
All right. Well, I had a really good time.
Had a great time. I'm here very late, so it's been great. It's been cool with Pepe and Colleen off to the side, hanging out with us.
Yeah, we had a lot of people throughout the time, and I know it's been over many hours.
Yeah.
And we kind of just threw it out there about videoing, but that'll be in the future. So anyone out there who would like to video in after the guests, we'll start doing that. It'll be fun.
Cool.
So just look out for the link. So big thanks to Miles Doleac, to Tara Hutchison, to Joe Castro, to Terrible Troy, to Annabelle Lecter, and all the fine
and
people
you as
watching.
well, sir, because you bring it all together, and this wouldn't exist without you.
Well, I
me and Troy would just be a couple bums.
Well, it's a much more fun experience here with all three of us together.
Oh, thanks, Pepe.
From thecardboard.org. Suffice it to say that
Alexa, stop! What was that? Oh, God. I don't know what just started happening. It was
That's pretty awesome. All right, so we're gonna play us out with Sorrow Seed, and we'll be back here next week.
Just as skeleton, I watch you miss